puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight, fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance, Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No soundbites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, the political dragon, here in our offices in the Bronx, New York. It is September 21st. It is 2:32 in the afternoon. I thank you, each and every one, for taking a moment to join us here on the program. We've been doing this now for 8 years, and we appreciate each and every one of you that join us, whether it's for 5 minutes or the entire show, whether you see it live or if you see it afterwards. We love you. Thank you for your support. As you can tell, we got our camera back. We fixed our computer. And so things are a little bit better step by step. I'm not sure of the audio. Please let me know if there are any audio issues as we go through the program. I will try to adjust. But we got our computer back this weekend, and we got most of the programs back. Lost about 2 terabytes of data, but we will make do. That being said, we're here with you every week because, and to all the new people who are joining our channel every week, we thank you for being our audience. What we do is long-form political commentary, free speech, because we believe that no matter where you are in the world, the First Amendment, the right to speak about the issues that affect you and our lives, is something that is intrinsic. You are born with that right innately. And no government, no business, no institution can take that away from you. And I think that's something that we all should be able to agree with at any given moment. Now, of course, we also encourage you to reach out to us on YouTube, on X, on Facebook, on Rumble, to leave your chat and or to add in your SuperChat or RumbleRants, however you wish to reach to us, to say whether you agree or disagree with anything that we speak about on this channel, or if you think there is something that I am not discussing and should be, well, let me know. And we will have that conversation because you matter. Your voice matters. You are very important. And that's why governments and media companies try so very, very hard to make you just comply, to have no voice. They want you to just bow down and agree with whatever they say is the approved message. We don't believe in that. That's not what America is built on. That isn't what's the best for the world. So we look forward to hearing all of your comments, whether you agree or disagree with the program at any given moment. That being said, let's move on. I want to talk a little bit. Obviously, first things first, for those who are new to the channel, we normally start off the channel. I review any old news or anything that's behind the scenes. We try and catch you up on that. We address any breaking news that's coming out that we think is of major importance. We then go into the international news. We delve into the domestic news after that. And usually somewhere in the middle, we take a break so that you can get something to eat and I can walk my 14-year-old dog. His name is Khan. That being said, obviously, like I said, we got our computer fixed. It took half the week to get the computer fixed, but we did finally get it fixed. I hope you like the improved audio, the improved visuals. Let me know. Again, let me know if I'm not being heard clearly. The audio is the only thing that's still a little shaky. That being said, we want to talk about some of the breaking news that's coming out today. And obviously, Charlie Kirk, his funeral is taking place as we speak. Hundreds of thousands, I'm not kidding on this, likely millions of individuals just in the United States, not counting the rest of the world, are either watching or are having vigils or are participating in some way in the funeral of Charlie Kirk, a father, a husband, a business owner, and a someone very devout in his religious beliefs as a Christian, was assassinated, as we all know. And we've talked about this a great deal. In fact, as the news media has been trying to find another story to try to deflect onto, we have seen the news media come out and say, well, it was a celebration and an accident. That was a lie. We've seen them say that it was MAGA. That was a lie. We've heard them say that it's Donald Trump's fault. That is a lie. And now the most recent thing I've heard, and I'll show you this later in the program, we're now seeing some people online that are trying to say, well, the shooter had no political affiliation whatsoever, not with the left or the right, that they were just an insane maniac. That part I agree with. And that they had no political backing. There was nothing that led to this. They were just crazy. That is also a lie. That is the news media trying to spin to find some kind of way to deflect from their partisan support of the Democrats and the progressive movement. They're trying to give them some way to have shield and cover so that they don't have to address the reality, the truth, that they are the causation. They are the core reason why Charlie Kirk is now dead, because they didn't like what Charlie Kirk said. And as we have heard on college campus upon college campus across the United States and exported from the United States to the rest of the world, if you say something that a progressive does not like, that is a microaggression. Microaggressions are violence, and therefore you are allowed to use violence against the person who made the microaggression. That is what they are teaching in our colleges. It is implicitly and explicitly wrong. It is untrue in every way you can imagine. And that is the core of why we see Charlie Kirk dead today, because a small group of the progressive left decided to live to that mantra that they had a feeling. Charlie Kirk hurt their feeling. And instead of trying to make a good argument, instead of trying to stand in front of Charlie Kirk and or the world and give their reasoning on why their feeling was correct, they instead decided to use violence, and that violence took a man's life. And some demented souls across this nation and across the world celebrated that. They celebrated the death of a father. And if you have seen any of those individuals, I want you to remember, if you're on the left, I want you to understand that some of the people around you, they celebrated the death of a father, a husband. They celebrated the loss of a life because the man spoke. These are the same people who would have celebrated Martin Luther King being assassinated. These are the same demented souls that would have celebrated Gandhi being killed, because there is no difference. There is no difference between Gandhi, MLK, and Charlie Kirk. They're all the same person. People who spoke about issues that affect us all, that had a vision for a better world. And you may not have agreed with every aspect of that individual or that message, but that doesn't mean they should have been assassinated. And just like with Gandhi, and just like with Martin Luther King, Charlie Kirk's legacy is continuing to live on. It has grown. He has become a martyr. He has become a symbol. And his message and his ideology, his aspect of his conservative beliefs are growing in America and around the world, not diminishing. If the idea was to try and silence the conservative view of life, well, that failed. That has failed unequivocally. So let me go further. Because I know some people will be dropping in and out during the football games. They're going to be checking on Charlie Kirk's funeral. I understand. But there are other issues that are definitely having an impact. By the way, Wildebeest Commander, thank you for joining us. You're the first one with a comment today. I appreciate you, and I thank you for that. You're watching from the African American Day Parade. I didn't even know that there is an African American Day Parade. It's a Black American parade. Why do Black Americans need a parade? Is there a Chinese American parade? Is there a Latin American parade? Well, there is a Puerto Rico Day Parade. I'll give you that. But I don't see the purpose of it. I really don't. I don't understand what that's supposed to mean. But okay, again, this is the left trying to deflect attention, either through race or politics, to try and distract from the consequences of their own ideology and their own actions. Something that we, as conservatives, I'm a conservative Republican, I've been talking about this for more than a decade of the last 2 decades of me doing political commentary. We knew this day was coming. We knew these days, this time period in America was coming. But it isn't the only news. Talking about Charlie Kirk, talking about what's happening in America is not just Charlie Kirk, although it has felt like that. There's been so much coming back into that. And some of the news that is breaking today, that is trying to gather people's attention at this time, has been some news that you may or may not be familiar with, I believe. Yep, this is it. And you may have seen this. This is with ICE. This is in the state of Illinois. There is an ICE facility. And as you can see, this news comes from CBS. This is footage from CBS News Chicago, the left. So this isn't a re-edit by some right-wing news media. This isn't a reinterpretation of some YouTuber. This is what CBS News provided to its audience in Chicago. And I want you to watch this carefully because it tells us something very important. So watch this with me. So what CBS News is showing you is they have a couple of camera crews that are about a block across the street from an ICE facility in Illinois. There are protesters in front of the gates of this ICE facility. The ICE agents are lawfully doing their job. They're doing what they're supposed to do, enforce existing law, not the feelings of some of the leftists in Chicago, not the feelings of the Democratic Party. They are following the law and doing their job according to the rules of their job, of the law. And that's what we're seeing right now. And obviously, CBS has more than one camera crew, and this is their edit of the event. So we see that these protesters are surrounding the facility, and in particular, they're blocking the facility. And the ICE agents are removing protesters that are impeding them doing their job. That's the important thing. They're doing their job, and they have the complete right, they could arrest every one of those protesters, put them all in handcuffs, line them up across the street on the sidewalk, and then carry them off to a jail. They have the right to do that. You are impeding the lawful actions of law enforcement, the duties of law enforcement. That is a crime. Each and every person you see being dragged away is a criminal. That is a fact. They are a criminal. They are impeding law enforcement doing their job. That is a crime. But rather than arrest them, the ICE agents are removing them and continuing to do their job. Let's see the rest of this. Do you see that woman right here? I got the mouse on her. She has that sign, the pink sign, black top, blue jeans. She's being removed, just like this gentleman is being removed. And that gentleman with the pointy, sharp end umbrella, which is an indication of someone who would be usually with Antifa. They often dress all in black and use umbrellas and shields as weapons. And what most people don't realize is that umbrella, that's probably hardened steel with a sharpened point at the end of the umbrella. So it can be used as a club or as a spear, but it looks innocent. That's why it looks like an umbrella. So no one's going to think about it, but it's actually a weapon. But that being said, so a protester is being dragged away. A protester is in the way and being moved out. There is a vehicle that is lawfully trying to do its job to enforce the law. And that woman is also being dragged away. And that individual is being dragged away out of the way. Let's go on. You may have missed it. You may have missed it. The big breaking news on the left right now that is going to affect the 2026 congressional elections has already happened. You've already seen the big breaking news from the left. The evil, the absolute evil of ICE has already been on display for you. You've already seen it. I've already described it. And yet, you probably didn't know you saw it. Let me go on. So we see they are filling the gates. No one's stopping them. They're protesting. No one's stopping them. The only time that they are stopped is when they stop ICE agents from doing their job. No one's using violence against them. They are trying to stop the lawful, the correct enforcement of the law.
On because they just sprayed chemical agents again. Okay, so right now this is what we have been seeing. This has been one of the tensest moments. I'm actually going to move away from the
What did they do? Tear gas to disperse the crowd that was preventing ICE from doing their job.
camera now that the smoke is now impacting my
The person you're listening to is a CBS newscaster from CBS Chicago on the scene.
eyes, but I'm back near the vehicle, Dana. I'm near the vehicle. I have a mask on. I'm okay. So basically, every time that...
So anyone who had a mask on of any sort, they covered their eyes, they covered their nose, they're fine. The CBS newscaster who's been in that smoke is breathing it in as they're continuing to do their live broadcast. They're covering the news, and they're able to speak, and they're able to see, and their camera crew, they're all able to operate. It's not deadly. So this wasn't deadly force. It wasn't even unbearable force, but it was discomforting, no doubt.
People are pulling out, they are blocking the vehicles from getting in and out. At this point, what we saw this time was the agents on top of the roof. They started, Lou, you need to get something on your eyes.
Okay, and now he's going to talk about exactly what I described. The protesters stopped them from doing their job. Now you'll say, Mike, but that's not extraordinary. That's not national news. According to the left, it is absolutely, this is news, because they are chopping this up because one of the individuals, a woman, the woman I highlighted for you, she is a member, or she wants to become a member of Congress. She's going for the Illinois 9th seat. She is a progressive, and she was part of the protesters. And she is claiming that ICE assaulted her, that she was attacked because of her free speech, that the Trump administration targeted her as a individual, a candidate for Congress, and this is the evil. Now, let me show you what they're showing. Her name, by the way, is Kat Abu. This is from Friday. This is Kat Abu. That's what she goes by. Kat Abu, running for the Illinois 9th Congressional District seat. This is perhaps earlier or later in the day than when CBS did this. Although, I would like to say it was, but we saw the CBS coverage. We know it's the same day. This is showing you what her edited video, which is going viral right now amongst Democrats, amongst progressives. The video has been edited from this coverage, and it's not the story. I've already shown you what CBS reported live. Now I'm going to show you where their coverage starts. That is the start. And every one of the YouTube shorts, the TikTok shorts for the campaign for this woman, for Congress, they start with a zoomed in image of right here, from waist high. They just show you this part, and they show you her being pushed, and then, oops, she gets dropped down. That's the coverage. 5 seconds. 5 seconds without any context. And Kat Abu is running across all of the Midwest. She's on news station after news station saying that the ICE agents were there to silence her voice, that they assaulted her. She doesn't mention she was part of a protest. She doesn't mention that she was stopping federal agents from doing their job of enforcing the law, that they were legally doing what was lawful, and she unlawfully interfered with their job, and she could have been arrested. Instead, they got her out of the way. Now, you may say, but Mike, they didn't need to knock her down on her butt. Maybe not. Maybe not. But they could have done worse. And she was more than capable of getting right back up and protesting even more. She was not silenced. She was not stopped from protesting. She was just stopped from impeding law enforcement. But she's the victim. And she's going across Chicago. She's running around Illinois. She's getting national attention because she's the victim. She's the victim for breaking the law. She's the victim for trying to represent illegal aliens. I want you to think about this. This is someone who wants to go to Congress to protect illegal aliens using your tax dollars to do it. She could be in Chicago is filled with gun crime. Chicago is filled with corruption. She could be trying to help feed the people of Chicago. She could be trying to get rid of the corruption in Chicago. She could be trying to end the gun violence in Chicago, increase the education in Chicago. She's not doing that. No, she's protesting illegal aliens that are a drain on the income. Part of the reason why Chicago is losing $1 billion in their budget is because of the illegal aliens. That's money that could feed the homeless. That's money that could feed kids. That's for schools. All that money is going to illegal aliens, and she wants to keep them in Chicago. She wants to keep them in Illinois. And she's the victim. By the way, when I say she's not harmed, she's perfectly okay. I think you can see it. I think there's another image. Yeah, you can see she's standing up. She got right back up. And you can see it in the CBS video. She got right back up. She wasn't harmed at all. This is what we are dealing with, folks. She's a victim of circumstance, of her own actions, of her own criminality. And because she was a criminal and she got a small taste of justice, now she's saying, oh my God, I'm such the victim. The Trump administration, they're authoritarian. Look, they're just running around and throwing candidates for Congress, just throwing them around and throwing them to the ground. They're evil. They don't like women because they're just throwing us to the ground for no reason whatsoever, besides the fact that you were breaking the law, besides the fact that they could have hauled you into jail, besides the fact that you weren't hurt. You were just moved out of the way. No, it wasn't the nicest way to do it, but it could have been far worse. If they were really trying to stop you from speaking, they would have punched you in the face. They would have dislocated your jaw. Instead of using tear gas to disperse the crowd, they could have just run you over. They didn't do any of that. No, they just moved you out of the way and didn't arrest you, which is what I think that Kat Abu was trying to do. She wanted to be arrested. She wanted to be a victim on national TV where she's in handcuffs so that she could go to her donors and to the other progressives and say, see how much of a victim I am? Let me virtue signal for you. They put me in handcuffs. They arrested me because I'm fighting for progressive ideology. I'm fighting for illegal aliens that can't vote for her. They can't donate to her. They can't vote for her. But she's doing the right thing. So you should give her more money. That's what this was about. This was a setup. That's why the cameras, that's why I believe her campaign team were able to edit the video. They were following it. They got her on 4K and they cropped it out just to show what they needed for the campaign, to raise money and to influence people who didn't pay attention, didn't realize that there was more to the video. There was much more to the video. You saw it from CBS News. You saw it here in this video. They're showing you a 5 to 10 second clip saying, oh my God, it's so evil, when you have 2 minutes beforehand that shows you, no, she's just a criminal. She is a criminal taking advantage of your emotions. Kat Abu running for the Illinois 9th District. I want you to remember that name because she doesn't deserve your money. She doesn't deserve to be elected because she's a trickster. She is a manipulator. And she's a one-trick pony. I'm running on illegal aliens. Give me money. That doesn't help American citizens feed themselves, feed their families, to get a job, have a better life. Does not help any American citizen. But that's what's popular right now, today, before we came onto the program. That's what's running through all of the major left-wing news media. They don't want to talk about Charlie Kirk. They're talking about Cat Abu, who did not get punished for breaking the law. I wanted to bring that up with you guys. Maybe it's me. And here's my good friend, Kit Cabello, who is in Chicago and has been covering the potential of Donald Trump putting troops in Chicago. My friend Kit Cabello and Hard Lens Media have been talking about the corruption in Chicago. By the way, Kit Cabello is not only a Marine, he's also a leftist. And I have no problem with that. I have no problem with the fact that Kit is an absolute leftist. And I've had conversations with him. I've been on his program. In fact, on election night 2024, I appeared on Hard Lens Media, surrounded by people who had absolutely the opposite political opinion of myself. And Kit was there, and we had a great conversation. And I predicted the exact turnout of the election. Exact. Every number I quoted was perfect before the election was over. It's kind of fun. And I've talked to Kit many times. And so I have no problem. Kit Cabello goes on to say, there was already a huge fight at City Hall about 51 million found for immigrants. It's incredible. It's incredible, folks. Again, you don't have to agree with me. You don't have to agree with everything. I just want you to see the reality of what's going on in our nation and how you are being manipulated and lied to. And they want you to think this is the truth. And they want you to think, oh my God, but the right are so authoritarian. Lie. It is a lie. You may like Cat Abu. I don't really know much about her. But as an introduction to Cat Abu, the first thing I can say about her, she's a manipulator. She's willing to use your emotions for her political gain. And that means she shouldn't be in Congress. That's my opinion. You may disagree. I'm happy to hear people who do. So that's breaking news. Also, breaking news today, just came out about 3 hours ago, is some coverage that we see from a man named Brad Palumbo. Now, he's a much bigger channel than my own. He's got about 250,000 people who watch him on a regular basis. He is a leftist, and I believe Brad is gay. I may be wrong on that, but I believe he is part of the LGB. And he's a Democrat, or a leftist at the least. And this is his take. And I thought this was very important because, again, this came out yesterday, the day before Charlie Kirk, his funeral was to take place, with the president and the vice president appearing. This is being broadcast around the world. And at the last time that I had checked, I was able to find 4 channels that had over 500,000 views combined. And that's just 4 channels that I casually ran into covering the funeral, not even the majority of them. We're talking about millions of people who are in some way participating in the funeral of Charlie Kirk today. And last night, this was so egregious that even Brad Palumbo had to point this out.
Things that Charlie Kirk said drastically offended me.
This is CNN. The woman speaking is Ashley. Oh God, I'm forgetting her last name. She was in the Obama administration. She's actually worked for the Obama administration. And I want you to hear that again. Matter of fact, oops.
Saturday, I believe.
I want to play that again for you. And please pay attention to this from the beginning. Hear what she says.
Things that Charlie Kirk said drastically offended me.
What Charlie Kirk said offended her. So what? Things that she said offended her. But the majority of the things that Charlie Kirk said, I can tell you, weren't offensive to me. They weren't offensive to my friends, to many Republicans and conservatives, even independents, libertarians, even many people in the third party weren't offended by Charlie Kirk. They may not have agreed with everything Charlie Kirk said. They weren't offended. But let's say you were offended. So what? The world did not end. Your feelings, Ashley's feelings, do not determine the way the earth spins. No one cares. But let's go on and hear what else she has to say.
I have yet to have actually one person ask me why.
Why would we ask? If I didn't tell you her first name was Ashley, if I didn't tell you that she was a member of the Obama administration, would you have known? Do you know who she is? Do you care who she is? Now that I've told you she worked with the Obama administration, now that I tell you she's on the network circuit, she goes on to programs like CNN and MSNBC or MS Now, whatever they want to call themselves, and she is there. She's a Democratic operative. She works for the Democratic National Committee. She's a Democrat. And she goes into programs and makes Democrats sound good. She's going to be one of the people who are going to try and defend Kat Abu when Kat Abu lies to you and says she was assaulted to end her free speech. They're going to call on Ashley and they're going to say, Ashley, was she right? And Ashley's going to go, yeah, it's the Trump administration. Orange man bad. Vote Democrat. And she wants to know, why didn't you, who don't know who she is, who have never seen her before, don't know her name, why aren't you asking her why Charlie Kirk offended her? Not that why Charlie Kirk offended you, not that Charlie Kirk was offensive, that she had a feeling, and you should care. You should be very, very upset that she had a feeling at some point in the past for some reason that didn't change your life. But you should change your life now because she had a feeling back then. And you should talk about her feeling now about whatever happened in the past that you didn't know about and you didn't care about and didn't change your life. This is my take on this. But let's hear from Brad. Brad, again, is on the left. Brad is also LGB. Let's hear what he has to say.
Because no one cares?
Bing! Bingo! As was that in the movie? That's a bingo! That's right. No one cares. No one cares what Ashley thinks because she's not important. Because her feelings aren't important. The left constantly, you've heard me talk about this many times on this channel, the left constantly wants to tell you, you have to feel what they feel, even though you have your own feelings. As I've said before, if you have a feeling, great, keep it. I have my own. I don't need extras. I don't need your feeling. And I don't have to change my feelings to be your feelings. Just like the left will not, if I tell the left that I'm offended at something, they'll go, so what? But when they tell me, oh, but they're offended, I'm supposed to change my life. Why? Why is that a one-way street and it only goes down their road? I'm sorry, I don't have to have the same feeling as you. I don't have to be offended. And I don't have to care that Ashley, one of a number of pundits for the Democratic Party, who has no impact on my life and has done nothing of significance, she had a feeling. So what? And she wants you to know she was upset with Charlie Kirk. I don't care. I care what Charlie Kirk said. He proved himself. He is stood out amongst the sea of other individuals, conservative or otherwise, and expressing his point of view and his beliefs and the arguments, the discussions that he would have to explain his point of view under the First Amendment, without violence, without advocating for violence. He was impressive. She isn't. So why do I care what she thinks? Why are we supposed to run on up and go, hey, Ashley, did you hear the latest news? What do you think? And we know you get paid to tell us what you think, which means she's advertising for a pay raise. She's asking you to pay attention to her so she can get more money. This is, at the end of the day, selfish. Because if you're paying attention, if she can get more stations, more podcasters to say, I want to hear what Ashley thinks, then she gets a pay raise. She makes more money. This is selfish. The Democrats maybe get some more votes and she gets more money personally. This is selfish. Brad does not address that. I will. I know what she's doing. She's a paid opinion host, which means if you like her, if you ask for her opinion, she gets to get more money. This is about her selfish self-aggrandizement. This isn't about Charlie Kirk. Charlie Kirk is just the means for her to make more money. That's the truth. She doesn't want to tell you the truth. She doesn't want you to realize the truth. But I am in politics, and I have worked behind the scenes with all this. I do understand what she's doing. Let me see what else Brad has to say about her.
Because it's not important whether you liked everything he had to say or whether you didn't. Because that's not relevant on the eve of the memorial. This aired on Saturday, I believe. How you personally felt about every single thing Charlie Kirk ever said and whether you were offended by it doesn't matter. Why would anyone ask about your feeling? But no one, I know everyone's mourning the man who was just assassinated in the worst act of political terrorism in recent memory, but what about my feelings? I can't believe she's serious.
She's a complete narcissist. And this is what CNN fills their airwaves with. Someone, and by the way, I guarantee you that there will be probably at least one, if not half a dozen people who will attack my channel and go, Mike, you hate women. Mike, you're a misogynist. They'll say, Mike, you hate black women. Why? Well, you don't like Kat Abu because she's dishonest, because she's manipulative, and she doesn't deserve to get elected on that basis. But Mike, Ashley, she worked in the Obama administration. She's a black woman. And she's selfishly trying to promote herself on the back of the death, the assassination of someone who is a national figure. Yeah, I'm calling her out for that. Oh, but that you can't do that, Mike, because they're women and she's a black woman and you can't say that. Why not? Why not? Because I guarantee you, Kat Abu, she'll never actually do an interview with me. Because, by the way, Kat Abu, if you ever want to do an interview, I'll have you on any time. Name the time, name the place. I will do an interview with you on Zoom. I will do it live anytime you want. We can debate and discuss any subject that you want. Chicago politics, Illinois politics, national politics, international politics. I will discuss any of it with you for at least, if you want to go 12 hours live, I can do it. I have no problem. I can cover it, debating each of the issues, if that's what you want. But I don't think you ever will. Because what you wanted was to virtue signal. That's what you were doing. And that's what Ashley here is doing. Virtue signaling. You're trying to promote yourself, in Kat Abu's case, on the backs of illegal aliens that broke the law and aren't supposed to be in America and are benefiting off of American taxpayers, making life harder for American citizens. In the case of Ashley here, she's trying to get a pay raise. She's got, and I don't blame her. Get as much money as you can get, but at least have some core substance, something of reason to justify that you get more money. It's not enough to be a black woman, a young black woman, a not ugly black woman. That's not enough of a reason. That is, I live in New York City. I live in the Bronx of New York City. If I want to, I can walk down the block and I can find dozens of young black women who are attractive and intelligent, just like Ashley. She's not unique. That doesn't deserve money. What is your substantive reason why you deserve to be paid? Because you showed up on CNN? If they put me on CNN, I'll be worth a bunch of money too. But of course, CNN won't put someone like me on. I can actually talk about the issues all day. I actually remember the issues, and I can talk about them all day. I have for decades now. I have more experience. They don't want that. I'll make every one of their anchors look bad. They're afraid of people like me. They want to suppress me. I'm a black Republican conservative. They don't want me to be on anything because they will lose votes. They are Democrats. They are terrified of someone like me, but they love someone like Ashley talking about her feelings. Again, this is the news that the left is putting out there to try and distract you from Charlie Kirk, distract you from the leftists that are assassinating anyone that doesn't believe what the left believes, that they are silencing by force anyone who doesn't agree with them. And by the way, these are the tactics exactly like terrorists. Terrorists use the same exact reasoning. Hamas does the exact same thing. Al-Qaeda, ISIS, they all use the same tactics. Shut up, do what we say, or you will die. It's that simple. We got some more comments here. I'm going to move on. But again, these are the breaking things today outside of Charlie Kirk that you're going to be hearing about, that the left wants you to focus on and pretend that you're paying attention about. And I find it's not worthy. It's not substantive. It's beneath you. There are so many things we can talk about, but that's what the left wants you to talk about. And it is virtue signaling. So let me move on. We got some comments in here from a few people. By the way, John says, algorithm, please, yes, hit the like button, hit the share, subscribe. Most of all, subscribe. Leave a comment. It is so important. The way that the left controls the media is by not paying attention. They want no one to see this. They want to try and isolate and obfuscate, ostracize people like me, like Kit Cabello, like Larry Sharp. They don't want you to know that we exist. They just want you to obey. And they want you to, well, we have CNN, watch that. MSNBC, watch that. The New York Times, that's it. There is no more news media. Don't listen to anyone else. They control all of those. Nothing else is credible. Nothing else should be listened to. Why? Because that's where their advantage is. Don't do that. Give us a like, give us a share. You made it this far. What? Oh my God, it's been 45 minutes already into the program. My God, I'm running way behind. Okay, then give us a like and a share if you made it this far. I appreciate it. Let me see. There's a couple of comments here. Dow is with us. He says Congress is prior to the current administration also. Yeah, for many Congresses, talking about what we saw with Kat and the virtue signaling. Kat Abu in the Illinois night, looking to get elected California ninth. We have a comment from Shelley. Shelley says, I've never met her. I care about how people that I know feel, in reference to Ashley on CNN. I care about all humans, but they don't affect my feelings or political opinions. Exactly. There is, at this moment, there is a genocide, a literal genocide happening in the Sudan. It's called Darfur. Hundreds of thousands of people are in the middle of a civil war right now. It's been going on for a year and a half. Children are being killed every day. And it was kind of national news back in the Biden administration. It was news for a day. And the news media moved on. And most of the public forgot about it. I didn't. It's still going on. There's still a civil war there. Just like in Burkina Faso, there is a war still going on. You don't even know where Burkina Faso is. Be honest. You have no idea where that is. It's in Africa, which means it could be in outer space. You have no idea. Be honest about it. 99% of the world can't point to the Sudan or Burkina Faso on a map. And that's okay. You don't care. Children are dying this moment in both of those places. Children are dying in Nepal right now. Children are dying in Mogadishu, in Thailand, in Cambodia. They're dying. You don't know them. You're not weeping because you'd be weeping all day, everywhere. I'm not saying that we shouldn't have concern for them. We do. But you have more concern for those things that impact you. Ashley doesn't impact us. Kat is performative. That's an act. And that's not substantive. Let's see. Shelley goes on to say, in talking about Ashley, she's a walking, talking commercial for her business of creating opinions. Yes. That's why she says you should ask for her opinion. You should be asking about how she felt about Charlie Kirk, because that's good for her. It doesn't help anyone else. It doesn't matter. Notice I never asked you, gee, do you want to know what I think about Charlie Kirk? I mean, I can. I've talked about it to an extent, very little. I've talked about what other public figures are saying about Charlie Kirk. I've talked about what Charlie Kirk has said directly. And I've talked about the influence of Charlie Kirk. But let's be honest. Most people don't care what my opinion of Charlie Kirk is because they don't know me. They don't know Charlie Kirk. And if you don't know me and you don't know Charlie Kirk, then it doesn't mean anything to you. I understand that. That's a fair way to look at the world. But if you do know the meaning of what Charlie Kirk has said, then maybe understanding what I am speaking about in the impact, maybe that means something to you. Maybe that's a symbol for you. I don't know. Maybe it's me. And she says, Shelley goes on to say, I say, Mike, you aren't any of those things. Well, thank you. Thank you. I try my best to be as fair as I can be in talking about these issues that I think are very important for all of us. This is important. Not because it's going to make me rich. It's not. I don't expect to have 5 million views tomorrow because I'm talking that I just exposed Ashley from the Obama administration and Kat Abu. I don't expect to get 5 million views. Be nice. Don't expect it. It's okay. It's okay. But I think these are things we should honestly talk about them for the value that they are. I want to show you one other thing before we get into the main show. Yes, we're already 50 minutes in, 53 minutes in, and I haven't even gotten to the main show yet. Oh my God. Yeah. I told you I do long form political commentary. 53 minutes. We haven't even gotten to the main show. So let me show you something else I think is of note. Again, this is current. It's kind of breaking out there. This is a comment from the 19th, September 19th. This is by Representative Bernie G. Thompson. Remember that name. Representative Congressman Bernie G. Thompson. And Bernie G. Thompson voted against a statement by Congress in condolence to Charlie Kirk. He says, and I am quoting him, Today I voted against the Charlie Kirk resolution. That's a surprise. He goes on to say, while I condemn his violent murder. Okay, so you condemn his violent murder. but you won't recognize the victim of that assassination. You won't acknowledge the person who was unnecessarily assassinated in front of his family and children and cameras for around the world. Why? The question you might ask is why? He goes, this resolution sought to elevate Kirk as a role model. I want you to understand that. Bernie Thompson, a Democrat, did not want to elevate Charlie Kirk, a man who just talked, a man who used his First Amendment rights to express his point of view, who had a business, a successful national, actually international business, was married, had 2 kids, was not hooked on drugs, was not abusing women. This was someone. What's wrong with him being a role model? Oh, but he's not a Democrat. Oh yeah. So Charlie Kirk was all these very positive things. A message of a father who stayed. He's not a baby daddy. He's taking responsibility for his own kids. He married his wife. He's faithful to his wife. He has political views and he's willing to stand up for them. He's willing to defend his views in public, even against people who absolutely despise him and his views. And he holds no malice against those people. Not, you can search all you want, unless you can try and twist the words of Charlie Kirk all you would like, and the left has been trying to. But the fact is, Charlie Kirk was not malicious. He did not want to harm anyone for their political views, whether or not they agreed with him. And this man says that's not a role model. Who is a role model? Oh, I know. The rappers who are going to jail. That's your role model? The members of Congress who are corrupt, like Bobby Mendez, who just went to jail for having 2 gold bricks. And by the way, it's not his first time being on trial for corruption. Yeah, are these the role models you want from the left? You know, people like Ilhan Omar, who said some people did something on 9/11 that the nation has been mourning ever since. But that's a role model for you. People who went out and have Antifa and BLM that burned down 22 cities across America, that they went into Minneapolis for an entire year and had an autonomous zone, which is by every single law in the nation illegal, held their fellow citizens hostage for over a year. And he thinks that's your role models. Oh, we got to remember, George Floyd is a saint to the left. That's your role model? A violent felon who died selling drugs, poison, fentanyl to kids. That's your role model. That's what you need to aspire to. That's what Bernie G. Thompson appears to support. That's the role model he wants, to virtue signal that. But somebody who follows the law and wants to improve America for all Americans, no matter your race, your creed, your sexual preference, that's not a role model, according to Bernie G. Thompson. Bernie G. Thompson, something is fundamentally wrong with your worldview. You have a problem, Bernie G. Thompson. And I know you're a member of Congress. Hopefully, you won't continue to be after 2026. But you have a problem. You are warped. Something is wrong with your worldview. But he goes on to say, I could not, in good conscience, could not support acknowledging a father, a business owner, a husband, and someone who wanted to improve America and try to help people with his words. You could not support that in good conscience. Wow. Okay, so I had a comment about this, and I said, a father who never advocated for violence. Well, that takes out most of the left. That takes out most politicians on the left who only exercise the First Amendment, regardless of your feelings, Representative Thompson, who had faith and still acknowledged those without it, which the left does not do. All while advocating for improving America. Even if you don't agree with the improvement he wants, he wanted to work towards making America better. The best way that he knew how. And wasn't trying to force anyone to do it. He was trying to convince you through his logic and his words and his faith. He'd discuss it with you. Okay, that is not a role model, according to Bernie G. Thompson, member of Congress. Why? That's my question. He hasn't responded, by the way. And he doesn't want this to get out there. You, please, if you're watching the show, send this over to Bernie G. Thompson. Ask Representative Thompson, why? Why is Charlie Kirk not a role model? What, in fact, is a role model? I really desperately want to hear from Representative Bernie G. Thompson. And I know not anyone on the left, the CNN, MSNBC, ABC, CBS, NBC, the New York Times, you name the credible news agency, they will not ask the follow-up question, what is a role model to you? Who is a role model to you? Are you talking about George Floyd? Is that your role model? Anna Presley, AOC, Bernie Sanders? Who's your role model? MLK? Well, that's just like Charlie Kirk. Gandhi? That's like Charlie Kirk. Mother Teresa? That's more like Charlie Kirk than it is anyone on the left. Who is your role model? And therefore, who are you trying to represent in Congress? Representative Benny. I keep saying Bernie. Benny G. Thompson. Serving the Mississippi 2nd. I got a problem with him. I got a big problem with him. I hope you do too. Now that you have seen this for yourself, that you can go on to Twitter right now, along with, what is it? 125,000 people agree with this point of view, that they don't think Charlie Kirk is a role model, but won't answer the question, what is a role model? Who would you be? Who's the role model for the left? We've looked at their virtue signaling. Their role models are less than desirable, individuals of questionable backgrounds. I don't know. Maybe it's me. Hey, you guys can comment. You can do a super chat. You can do a Rumble rant. You can go to my PayPal, or you can go to Patreon, or you can just type in on YouTube, on X, on Rumble, and you can leave your comment and say, Mike, you know what? You don't know what a role model is. I don't know. I think I have a pretty good idea of what a role model is. And Charlie Kirk is closer, if not exactly a role model, he's closer to a role model than anything the left is offering us. Anything else. LeBron James, the man who sold out his soul to China, that's your role model? Beyonce, who sold her soul to Cuba. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I got a problem. I got a problem with that. Maybe it's me. Oh, could be me. Could just be me. I don't think it is. I don't think it is. Let's see. Shelley says, there was a shooting in Nashua, New Hampshire, which is very liberal, and Nashua, New Hampshire is very liberal. That's true. And there was a shooting in Nashua, a city in New Hampshire, and the comments are all political, not about the victims. Why am I not surprised? Because they don't care about the victims. They care about the politics. It's gun control. It's the gun control. No, it's the person. And I'll say that, by the way, let's never forget the firearm used to kill Charlie Kirk, the assassination weapon, wasn't an assault weapon. Every one of the gun control laws would not have worked. This wasn't, as Jimmy Kimmel tried to say, this wasn't some kid. This is a 22-year-old adult. So he would have been able to buy the rifle, even with gun control. And by the way, Illinois already has all the gun control. Every one of the gun control policies that Democrats want in the nation already exist in Illinois. So the red flag laws, the background checks, everything, they've got it all. And the killer had the gun and used the firearm. And it wasn't, even if you want to ban assault weapons, which are responsible for about 2% of all the mass killings in America every year, it still would not have stopped this because he was using a regular hunting rifle. Gun control doesn't work. It's just crap. But the left likes to try and talk about the politics because that stops you from having to talk about the consequences, the core issues that caused that gun violence. And almost every single source, almost every single investigation that I've seen that and has been done about the core cause of the mass shooting always goes back to leftist ideology. Tennessee trans shooter, the Minneapolis church shooter, the attack on Walmart. When you look at the core problem, you go back over and over and over again, goes back to leftist ideology. Let me go on. Shelley has more to say. She says, my grandmother-in-law used to cry watching the news, and they diagnosed her as depressed. We should all cry about terrible news we hear anytime. Except we'd always be crying because the news media, left and right, focuses on negative things. You don't hear enough positive things. And I take that critique personally. My channel is about the news. And sadly, most of the news, even the news that I speak about, is negative. There are some things that I've covered that are positive, and there are positive moments in some of the stories that I've covered. But increasingly, over the last 2 decades that I've been doing this, the news and the consequences of the news and legislation have been negative because it's dominoes. And the more dominoes you push over, the more dominoes continue to get pushed over and faster. And that's the problem. 2 decades ago, it was easy to find a lot more happy, inconsequential, good news stories, happy news stories. Nowadays, it's a lot harder. Not because it's harder to find the news, it's harder that good things are happening. It's harder to find those good moments. We don't see a lot of stories about people like Derek Perry. Remember Derek Perry? We covered it on this channel. You can go back about a month ago and see our coverage of Derek Perry, the man who saved lives in Walmart. Why? Because he had a gun. Because he was trained and he had a concealed carry. The news media killed that story. They stopped talking about Daniel Perry. He was a black man with a gun with a concealed carry, and he saved lives. There was another Marine there also trying to help him save lives. And that guy happened to be white. And the news media said, oh, well, let's see, we got a black guy saving lives. We've got a white guy saving lives. They're both ex-military. Both were Marines. And one was using a gun. We can't talk about that. We can't talk about that story. Get rid of that story. Let's talk about something bad. Let's talk about race issues. Let's talk about the inequality in America. It's bullshit. Going on. Shelley says, Charlie Kirk was murdered on the 5th anniversary of my nephew being killed in North Carolina. I am sorry to hear that, Shelley. And the 21st anniversary of my Bill and his partner killed in the NYPD. I am sorry. So very sorry to hear about that. Those aren't the kinds of anniversaries that we like to hear about. And my condolences on your losses. Truly. I am sorry to hear that, Shelley. Shelley goes on. September 10th was a day of mourning for me, long before Charlie Kirk. Well, I understand that feeling. September 11th is actually my mother's birthday. My mother is far older than September 11th. I'm far older than September 11th. And so for my life, September 11th, even now, I look at September 11th and I think of my mother's birthday. That's the first thing that comes to my mind. Not the tragedy, because for my life, that's been my mother's birthday. And there are millions of other people that I'm sure have similar reactions. That it's one of their loved ones' birthday, so they think of that and not 9/11 for what the tragedy that happened in 2001. So I understand how you can feel about September 10th. Sometimes there are just days that impact us in so dramatic, lifelong ways. And sometimes those can be positive, like my mother's birthday, and sometimes they're negatives. Death of Charlie Kirk, the death of the 9/11 terrorist attack, D-Day. These are things that will stick with us forever. And Shelley says that her role model was Jesus, and he got killed too. And for tens of hundreds, literally billions of people in the world, you're not alone, Shelley. A billion people also agree with you on that. And that's good. If that brings you comfort, then I'm happy. Then I'm happy for you. As many people are aware, I don't talk about religion on this channel at all. I don't talk about my religious views. I don't talk about other people's religious views unless it's directly referencing a news story. I don't talk about religion. But if your religion brings you comfort, I'm happy for you. If your religion believes in equality and fairness for all individuals living their own lives, I'm all happy for you. If you live in a cult, that's not the same thing. That's just my opinion about that. Other people may have a different opinion about it. Okay. So, an hour and 12 minutes in, we're going to start talking about the show, believe it or not. When I say that I do long-form politics, I mean it. I'm not kidding. It takes a while to cover the news. But I just want everyone to know, if you've made it this far, you're recommending the show to your friends. Let them understand. I'm not trying to do CNN. I'm not trying to cover everything in a minute and a half. Let's talk about all the news in the world in 1 minute. That's crap. You're getting nothing. There's nothing of substance there. There's nothing to sink your teeth into. That's just just glossing over everything so that you think you're informed, so that you feel like you know what's happening. But in reality, they're keeping you ignorant of everything. By not talking about the details, then you feel like you've been informed, that you've done something valuable, you've gained some knowledge, and in fact, you've had it stolen from you. And that's the sad thing. There's so much more. Media today is so much more about virtue signaling than it is about actually informing or having a discussion and doing something productive. And that's destroying our nation. And it doesn't matter if you're left or the right. You could be a libertarian, Green Party, Third Party. Doesn't matter. It's destroying our society. We need to have these conversations, even when they're unpleasant, even if there's something you don't agree with personally. We need to have these conversations, because people like Benny Thompson, yeah, they're a problem. People like Kat Abu, they're a problem. Ashley from the Obama administration, they are problems. They are poisons on our society, dragging us down. That doesn't mean you kill them, but it does mean we acknowledge that they are detrimental to the benefits, to the goodwill and continuance of America. They are bad people. And in America, we're not supposed to, and we shouldn't kill bad people just because we don't like those people. We don't like their ideas. No. What we do is we have a conversation. We give them a chance to prove themselves and perhaps even to improve themselves. And then we move on. That's why America is so great. It's why millions of people are trying to get into America every single year. 1,000 people try to leave America every year. Millions try to come in. I think that explains whether or not America is great. No other country in the world can say that. No other country in the world has the numbers of people trying to enter versus the number of people trying to leave. No other country can match what America can say. But since we are talking about international conflicts, since we are talking about what's happening around the world, let's talk about the United Kingdom. And they're not having a good day there. They have some problems. Keir Starmer is a problem. Keir Starmer today has decided that he believes in the two-state solution for Israel and Gaza, Palestine, Hamas. They're almost interchangeable. They're not interchangeable, but they're almost interchangeable. And leftist countries, like leftist organizations, like to use the terms Palestine or Palestinian, Gaza, and Hamas as if they're interchangeable. They aren't. They are not. Gaza's a place, Palestinians are a people, and Hamas is a government. They're not the same in any way, shape, or form. They are very different in what they are and what they represent. But the left likes to mash it all together so that you get confused, and there is no separation in their mind between people who are starving because their government doesn't care. And their government is so obsessed about locations, they're willing to let the people die. That's Gaza. That's Hamas. That's the Palestinian problem. Their government, Hamas, doesn't care about the people, Palestinians, and they want control over a location, that's Gaza, so that it gives them more power. That's the Palestinian problem. Israel is a symptom of the problem. Israel is a problem for the Hamas government. And because of the views and goals of the Hamas government, which is genocide of Israel, that's why the Palestinian people have a problem. And Hamas doesn't care. Hamas killed Israelis on October 7th of 2023 and did not care. They were one of the major terrorist operations in the world, took 256 individuals hostage, tortured them, sexually abused them. That was confirmed by the UN in December of 2023. Mainstream news media doesn't want to talk about that. They killed 34 Americans on October 7th. They captured 22 Americans, tortured and sexually abused them for 582 days, and they wound up killing 17 out of those 22. That's Hamas, the government. That's not the Palestinian people. But because that was done by the government, Hamas, the terrorist organization, the Palestinian people are now starving and dying. You want to blame someone, understand the situation and blame the proper source. It's not Israel. Not saying that Israel is innocent. I'm not telling you that they're angels, that they've done everything 100% correct. I'm not saying that. But the source of the problem that we are dealing with today is Hamas. That's a government organization. It's a terrorist organization. That's why Palestinian people are dying. People don't like to say that, because that destroys their worldview. It makes them uncomfortable. It's the truth. No matter how you want to dissect it, the only way that what you will hear from people on the left is, oh, but there's an excuse. There's a justification for the terrorist organization genociding people. They will tell you that. They will tell you they don't like another nation as an excuse for the terrorism and genocide of Hamas. But that's not, those are just excuses. It's pitiful. The reality is Hamas is the cause of all of this. And if it weren't for Hamas, the Palestinian people would not be starving and dying right now. That's a fact. May not like it. Maybe you don't want to agree with it. It is fact. But let's go on. So, Keir Starmer, the leftist in charge of the United Kingdom, a raving lunatic at times, an idiot at other times, in my opinion, Keir Starmer, one of the worst prime ministers of England in quite some time. And that says a lot. I mean, you guys had Liz Truss for 35 days. It takes a lot to be a failure as big as Keir Starmer. And Keir Starmer, in his brilliance to punish Israel, wants to make Hamas, a terrorist organization, a nation. He wants to have a nation run by Hamas next door to Israel, the nation they want to genocide, so that he can punish Israel for defending themselves from the terrorists. That doesn't make a whole lot of sense. He wants Israel to stop the war. Israel said, we'll stop the war. Give us the hostages. 48 are still left as hostages. We think, according to international news media and coverage of this, and I've covered this for a year and a half, we believe that there's only 20 people still left alive. There are 48 hostages, technically, but we think there's only 20 of them that are still alive. Hamas has killed all the rest. And all Israel has said for 18 months, over 25 times, the offer has been put forward to Hamas that if they give back all the hostages, alive and dead, all the hostages, give them back, and you will get a ceasefire, if not the end of the war. You can have peace. Give back the hostages, all of them, alive and dead. That's it. The United States, the United Kingdom, France, Germany, Canada, every nation in the world has supported and continues to support plans for peace, for ceasefire and peace. And they all center on one thing: give back all the hostages, alive and dead. Every single one of them. Hamas, for more than 25 times over the last 18 months, has said no. And you want to tell me Israel's the bad guy? That's stupid. And here is Keir Starmer saying, since Hamas will not give back the hostages, and they have been killing the hostages, then Israel has to get punished by elevating Hamas to the level of a nation. This is like the Taliban getting $800 million worth of weapons that the Taliban was given a military base. They were given light armored vehicles, helicopters, rifles and handguns and bullets and money. And they became a terrorist nation. That's Afghanistan. That's the Biden administration. That was insane and stupid and counterproductive. That's Keir Starmer dealing with Hamas right now. It makes no sense. The two-state idea, the wish of the left, this is a leftist idea. The left came up with this. Kumbaya, we all feel good. We're going to hug each other and we'll all feel good and we'll all love each other and all the problems will just go away. That sounds fantastic if you're on Harvard campus. Anywhere else in the universe, and even in Harvard, it's not even close to reality. This isn't the truth. Keir Starmer's out of his bloody mind. And I understand there could be as many as 150 countries in the world out of the 192 countries in the world. 150 are going to say, yeah, let's make Gaza the place, a nation with Hamas, the terrorist organization, the leadership of that nation. They want to create a second terrorist nation in the world. And I don't mean like Iran, which funds and trains terrorism around the world. No, I mean like Afghanistan. These are the actual terrorists who have been doing nothing but terrorism for decades, and they're the ones who are now in charge of that country. That's what Keir Starmer wants, and he thinks that will increase the amount of peace in the Middle East. He is so absolutely, incredibly out of his mind. He is fucking wrong. This is going to lead to more people dying. There can be no peace when you have a terrorist organization whose goal, as their constitution, as their publicly stated goal every day, is genocide. You can't have peace with that. There will never be a peaceful solution as long as Hamas is in charge of Gaza. It's just never going to happen. Everyone in the universe knows that. Everyone. And if you go through the reporting by The Guardian, as I have here, and you can see it later for yourself, we know this is not going to work. The very next story from 7 hours ago from The Guardian, right after Keir Starmer said, hey, you know what? We're going to elevate Gaza to become a nation in and of itself, with the government being Hamas. And the very next thing he says is, oh, and by the way, Hamas, yeah, they're a terrorist organization, and we're going to sanction them. They're such a screwed up, evil bunch of bastards over in the Middle East. Hamas, specifically, we're talking about here. They're such an evil group of terrorists that he's going to sanction them as he increases their power, as he elevates them to a nation state. And he thinks this is going to bring peace. He knows they're the bad guys. He knows it because he's going to sanction them. Starmer says he will sanction Hamas figures in coming weeks. He's going to punish Hamas because they are terrorists. Why is he rewarding the terrorists? You would think this is California. Keir Starmer, were you raised in California and no one knew about it? Did you go to school? I know you didn't, but did you spend every summer in your formative years coming to California and you hung out every day with Gavin Newsom? Because it sounds like you did. It sounds like you want all of the United Kingdom to be California, and you want to spread that Californication to the rest of the world. And it's not a good thing. This is a problem because this is stupid. You know that the Hamas terrorists are evil and that elevating them will be a problem. Otherwise, you wouldn't be talking about sanctioning them. You wouldn't have to sanction them if they were the good guys. But you're doing it because you're mad at Israel, which is dumb. This is going to make more wars and more people are going to die. And I understand Canada and France. Think about it. Canada that's sucking up to the socialist government of China. Canada, whose Trudeau, it was a complete failure. The new guy is just as much of a failure as Trudeau was. He's such a failure, no one even really knows his name. They just know he's the Prime Minister of Canada. No one cares. He's a failure. And France, Macron, his entire government has fallen apart. There's absolute chaos throughout all of France. The government isn't falling apart. It already fell apart. And now they're losing the pieces that already broke off. Yeah, and England. Ooh, what a collection of great countries. It's stupid. It's stupid. But again, it takes a minute to discuss this. It takes a minute to understand, to let this sink in, to get all of the nuance, all of the different pieces that are moving in this. Because when you hear, oh, well, they're going to make, Hamas, they're going to make Gaza a nation. There's a lot more to it than just that. It isn't that simple. I wish it were. Because the problems aren't the Palestinians don't have a nation. That's not the problem. It's because the Palestinians elected a bunch of terrorists, to be their government. That is the root problem. And from that root problem, people have been dying. There's your problem. There's one of the first eggs. And you can say 1,500 years ago, I don't care. I don't care. We weren't alive 1,500 years ago. That has nothing to do with today. But 100 years ago, almost no one's alive from 100 years ago. We're talking about today. We're talking about things that could have been done by Hamas and the Middle East to improve the situation. And we're talking about specifically, since October 7th of 2023, we are specifically, almost 2 years now, talking about one thing that Hamas could do and end the war tomorrow. Give back all the hostages. Real simple. 5-year-olds can understand this. Give back all the hostages. That's it. That's it. It's that simple. And you can be in Columbia, and you can be in Harvard or some other college, and you can be screaming for how you love Hamas and how you love terrorism, and you're a sick puppy. Okay, you can say all that all you want. It's that simple. One sentence, one action. 24 hours later, there are trucks of food and supplies going into Gaza to save people, to give them food and clothing and medicine. It's that simple. The war ends. But no one wants to say, hey, Hamas, you're the bad guy. Give up the people. Give up the hostages. It's real simple. Give up the hostages. Your people won't die anymore. Hamas doesn't care about their people. They care about their ideology. They are the same thing as Antifa in the United States. They don't care about the people. They care about their ideology. Most of California, the California leftists, same thing. They care about the ideology, not the people, not the consequences. They just want the ideology because they have a feeling right now. And Keir Starmer is too stupid to understand that. And yes, I'm saying Keir Starmer is stupid. I'm saying that the UK government is a failure, that their policy of a two-state solution in the Middle East is going to cause more people to die, and you guys are idiots for having done that. How did you ever get into the House of Commons? I do not know. Whomever's cock you sucked to do that, I feel bad for them, because you could never do it so well as to justify being in the positions you are in. It is insane. You have failed your country, and in failing the United Kingdom, you have failed the world. And I know, oh my God, Mike, aren't you worried? A Bobby from England could be coming to America and they'll try and arrest you. I dare you. I dare you. Yeah, I know. You arrested Lindingham, a comedian, when he entered into your country, your home, his home country, when he came back to his home, and you arrested him. I'm an American. I dare you to arrest me. I dare you to come and get me. You want to sue me? Come on, sue me. Because I have an opinion. It's First Amendment. It is a birthright. Not just for me. It's for Lindingham and for everyone else in the world. You don't like what I said, probably because I'm right. Because I'm telling the truth, because I'm pointing out the absolute chasms of logical failure in your decisions and the consequences, the cataclysmic consequences of your actions right now. And yeah, well, but Mike, 150 countries are going to do it. 150 countries that benefit from getting money from Canada and from the United Kingdom and from France. They'll say whatever they want them to say. They're getting money from them. That's their job. Their politicians are like, we'll agree with anything. Give us a check. Hey, you know what? If you don't agree, tell me why. It's real simple. I do that a lot on this show. You hear me often say this week after week for 8 years in a row, and I say the same thing. But if you don't agree, tell me why. I've just laid out exactly why I think England has made the wrong decision. Why, if 50 countries do go to the UN, which is corrupt as hell, and they go and say there should be a two-state solution, and they decide to elevate the terrorist control of Hamas to that of a national level, this will continue the war. They will continue to have a problem. And they know it. They know it, which is why England, the very same people who are saying this right now, are saying that they're going to put sanctions on Hamas because they know it is corrupt. They know these are terrorists. They know they are guilty and they have caused the problem. And they know and support the solution to the problem. Give back the hostages, alive and dead. That's it. But instead of doing that and enforcing that, they're going to increase the problem because it looks good, because it makes Donald Trump look bad, because it makes Netanyahu look bad to people who have no idea, who aren't paying attention to the politics at all. It's virtue signaling. Oh, that's funny. Shelley says her friends in England call the police storm troopers. I like that. That is funny. That's a good one there, Shelley. I like that. It's so frustrating to me. It really is, folks. But I mean, we wanted to talk a little bit about what's happening internationally. And the answer is there's going to be chaos. The Middle East is going to be worse than what you remember it being. This is going to escalate. Now, some people will say, but Mike, how do you know that? Because if Gaza is a nation and Hamas is their government, as they are now, then that makes Hamas a legitimate government. That's a legitimate government of the world. It legitimizes their hyper-religious views of the world. It gives them legitimacy. It gives them a platform to speak on that will be covered internationally. This is what Hamas has always wanted. They want the recognition. They want the ability to reach people across the world because they have to. It enables them to have their leaders be considered world leaders, governmental leaders, and that means they will be protected. So even though Hamas has tortured and killed British citizens, the head of Hamas would be able to go to England and would be untouchable by British law, even though they killed those British citizens. Because as the head of a state, they would not be able to be arrested. You couldn't just arrest him. Oh, he's going there. He can go to England and he could speak with the Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, and he couldn't be arrested, even though he killed, 12 British citizens, directly and or indirectly killed them. And the British people couldn't do anything about it. Why? Because Gaza is now a country, and the head of that country is Hamas, the terrorist organization. The leader of Hamas is now the president of Gaza and is untouchable. Justice cannot be served. That's a direct consequence of what Keir Starmer has just done. The British people will never know justice for their citizens that were murdered in cold blood, tortured, and sexually abused for hundreds of days they will never get justice. Because Keir Starmer took justice out of their hands. Keir Starmer took justice out of the playing field. It is no longer a rule. He just protected the terrorist from the righteous and legal ramifications and consequences of British and international law. And people think that's a good thing? No wonder the British people are upset. And that's just one of the consequences globally of what Keir Starmer has just done. That's just one aspect of the problem. There's so many other problems, but that's just one. And I think that's good enough. That one reason is a reason enough not to have done this. But Keir Starmer's playing politics. He's not thinking about consequences. He's virtue signaling. He's virtue signaling to what he thinks is his base. California Democrats. California progressives. That's who Keir Starmer is playing for. He's trying to impress California progressives. Gavin Newsom. He wants to impress Gavin Newsom rather than help the British people. I don't know, Cotton. That's an interesting plan. Don't know if that'll work. Let's see. All right. Let me go on. Again, if you're British, and I know I have a British audience. I know I have a British audience that watches the program on a regular basis. And I know we have some people from down under. Hello, Miss K. I know you're there. And I know we have a few people in Australia and around the world. If you have, matter of fact, we're in 100 countries. This program is seen as 100 countries around the world. If you disagree with me and you say, Mike, you don't understand the international politics or the ramifications, please type it away. Tell me, reach out to me and say, Mike, this is what you don't understand. Because I've been following this for decades. Tell me how I am misunderstanding this. Because I'm not. What I have laid out to you is correct. You may not like it. It may not make you feel good. But I'm not here to blow smoke up your ass. I'm here to talk about the issues, to talk about the consequences. I'm not here to make you feel good. You can talk to your local AOC, Democratic Socialists of America, and they'll give you a blowjob and make you feel great. Doesn't mean that they're going to help you. Sorry, I was rude. Shouldn't have said it that way. The wording was crude. I'm annoyed. So I apologize for the language used, not the message, not for the intensity of the message. That's fine. I got crude, and I'm better than that, and the audience deserves better than that. So I apologize for the crudeness, not the message itself. But speaking about crude and crass, well, there's only one thing that would seem to follow that, and that would be whomever than Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Yay! AOC thinks she can be a president. At least she wants to be president. AOC is trying to run for president. And if she can't do that, she'll take the backup job of running for senator, New York State senator. Now, this news is coming out because, and we knew this, we were saying this during the pandemic. When everything got locked down, AOC was going into Florida, and she was talking to supporters of Kirsten Gillibrand. Now, Kirsten Gillibrand, for her part, had tried to run for the presidency. It was an abject, absolute failure. It was embarrassing. She lied to the New York public, saying she's going to be senator. She's not going to run for president. And immediately, the second that the November election was done, for her seat in the New York State Senate, she instantly turned around and said, "Oh, by the way, I'm running for president." She lied to Americans' faces, which should have been an obvious thing to her and her team that if you just lied to the American people, why would they trust you to become president? You're already a proven liar. You're not going to get very far. But she did it anyway. Okay. But during the 2020, 2021, during the lockdown and the pandemic, AOC spent an inordinate amount of time in Florida. You would say, did she go to Disneyland? No, she did not. But she did go to Miami. She did go around throughout Florida talking to donors, Democrat donors. The Democrat donors that instead of staying in New York State in the winter, they have second and third and fourth homes in Florida. And they go to Florida, they're called snowbirds. So during the winter, they go and live in Florida where it's warmer. And then when the weather's change and before the Florida summer comes in, they come back to New York for a while. And they spend about 6 months in New York. But they have a lot of money. That's why they have houses in New York and in Florida. And they can move back and forth, drive and fly back and forth on a regular basis because they're kind of rich. And these are the people that paid for Kirsten Gillibrand after she lied to the American people. They donated to Kirsten Gillibrand anyway because she's a Democrat, because she's a woman and a Democrat, and they gave her money anyway. And anyone who's that stupid to let someone lie to your face and you give them hundreds of thousands of tens of thousands of dollars, you know what? I want their name. I want that list too, because they'll give me money. They'll give you money. They'll give anyone money. They just need a half-assed reason, and they'll give money to everyone. And AOC said, I got to go. Dollar signs. You want to see AOC move on something? Show her the money. She will jump. More money? Oh, she is all on it. That's why she did the tour with Bernie Sanders this year. More money. She raised millions. I think it was $5 million that she raised. That's why she ran around America with Bernie Sanders. Not because she's a good socialist. It's because she got $5 million. And now she can try and run either for Senate or more likely the presidency in 2028. She thinks that people will vote for her. Now, according to the article, as you go through it, you find out with pretty quickly, this is a joke. Oprah Winfrey in the January of 2020, there were more people interested in the first month of 2020, January, in getting Oprah to run for the presidency than there is support for AOC at this moment for being president. Depending on which poll you look at, AOC has somewhere between 3 and 8% support. Mind you, all of the polls are under, it's 1,000 people or less. So we're not talking about 10,000 people around the country are saying this. We're not saying 10,000 people in New York State are saying this. We're not even saying 10,000 people in New York City are saying it. That's not even 10,000 people in the district, the New York 14th district for Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez. Not even 10,000 people in her district are saying this. It's 1,000 people across the country on a poll on their cell phone or their computer. That's not very credible. But fine. Based on 1,000 people or less, she has somewhere between 3 and 8% support. You know who else had that kind of level of support? Kamala Harris. And did Kamala Harris become president? No. And she had 2 tries at that. Once when she was running in 2020 on her own, and she was the first major Democrat to drop out of the race, and abject failure, and in poverty, she lost all her money. Democrats abandoned her. Over 95% of Democrats threw away any idea that Kamala Harris would be president because it was a joke. Then she got another shot because she was black and she was a woman and she was a Democrat. So therefore, she fit the check boxes and became the vice president, sold her soul to the man she accused of being a racist, sold her soul so she could be his vice president. And because of that, and I think that was part of the deal, was, well, he's got dementia. He's not going to run again. You're going to be the next president. You get to run with the Democrats behind you. Well, Joe did sometimes have dementia, but he wanted to run again because he thought he was doing great. Because he didn't remember when he wasn't doing great. Because he didn't have a memory. His brain was broken. Well, we've all noticed the lie and realized the truth that Joe Biden had some form of dementia. He was mentally not with us. He dropped out of the race or was forced out. And Kamala got her chance to run for the presidency. And then wasted $1 billion. She had $1 billion. You would think that if you had $1 billion to sell anything, you'd make a success. With $1 billion and the help of every major mainstream news media organization, you would think you would be able to sell anything. And not only did Kamala Harris lose, as we saw, she lost $1 billion and another $20 million on top of that. She lost $1 billion, $20 million. It's astounding. She had $1 billion, lost all of it, and then lost another $20 million on top of that. That's impressive. And she had 5% of Democrats supporting her at the peak. AOC has between 3 and 8. Where's the middle of that? If you're looking at the polls right now, AOC is where Kamala Harris was. AOC is as popular as Kamala Harris was before she became vice president. She's going to lose. She's a failure and a joke. Now, you may say, Mike, but you don't understand. Fantastic. Tell me why. Tell me why I'm wrong. Because I've just laid out not only that I think she's a failure, AOC, and Kamala Harris, but I've given you the examples of why I think that. I've given you the data on this. And again, you can see this. This is a Newsweek article. You can read it for yourself. They go through this themselves, that she's getting between 3 and 8%. What they forget to mention is that Kamala Harris was in exactly the same boat at her peak. And AOC is unlikely to get much higher. By the way, who's leading the pack? Gavin Newsom. Who's in second place? Kamala Harris. Oh my goodness. Gavin Newsom, who is better at speaking, but just as evil, just as slick, horrible person, but he's leading and beating Kamala Harris by like 20 points, 20 percentage points. Same people, same poll. Gavin Newsom dominates. Then close to, still double than at AOC is Kamala Harris, someone who was embarrassed in front of the entire world, who doesn't know how to say anything. Kamala Harris, who was such a bad candidate that CBS, 60 Minutes, got caught rearranging her answers. They had to make up the answers for her. They had to fix, they had to repurpose. Remember, they got caught 2 different answers for the same question. They had to cheat to help Kamala Harris out, and she still sounded like an idiot. Even the refined version, the re-edited mix of her answer was still a stupid answer on 60 Minutes. She's such an embarrassment. And that embarrassment, who lost badly, who was absolutely rejected, guess what? She still gets double the polling than AOC. double. AOC can't even beat a broken, battered, useless candidate like Kamala Harris. And she thinks she's going to be president. If anyone thinks that AOC can be president, forget about whether she deserves to be president, because the answer to that is no. Or that she's smart enough to be president. And the answer to that is no, she's not. But that she even could do this, if you think she can, please explain it to me. I want to hear your logic. And don't tell me I feel. I don't care. She feels. I don't care. I don't care about the feelings. I want to know, give me some logical argument of something, anything that AOC has done that would give you the impression, lead you to conclude logically that, well, yeah, she could be president. She's passed nothing. She has no law that she has passed. No idea she's presented has actually succeeded. None. And most of her ideas are lambasted, are laughed at. She is as much of a joke as Ketanji Brown Jackson or Jackson Brown. They're both jokes. They're laughing stocks. The only people that actually support them are the Democratic Socialists of America, who want to destroy America, and college students, because they've been indoctrinated. That's it. But I'm happy to, you know what? I will listen to anyone's argument. If you have an argument that says, no, Mike, you just don't understand. She's going to get, 40%. She'll win the debates with Gavin Newsom and Kamala Harris. Yeah, okay. Okay. All right. John mentions that I was too spicy for a little bit there, but I wasn't wrong. Well, hopefully, because I wasn't wrong, makes up for me being too spicy. I can only hope. And I did apologize for that because my audience deserves better. I am trying to be better. But, I may not be very emotional, but I do have emotions. All right. That being said, wow, it's been 2 hours. 2 hours. Did you know we blew through 2 hours? I got my good friend, Larry Sharp. Very good friend of mine. I've known Larry for about a decade now. I met Larry right after I ran for Congress, and he was running for the New York governor. And no one else in central New York would do an interview with Larry Sharp. I did. I saw him. I said, hey, you know what? He's speaking to the public. He was outdoors in Broome County in Binghamton. He was just outdoors standing and said, you know what? I'm going to talk to the audience. He's over by the MLK statue. And he right off of Main Street. And he was talking to people, trying to get their attention, let them know he was running for governor. And mainstream news media, by the way, mainstream news media, they were 1 block away. There were B&G, the news station. They're 1 block away on the corner. Would not walk down the block to interview Larry Sharp. 1 block from the radio station. Only talk news radio station in Southern Tier, the only one in 30 miles. And they would not walk 1 block to interview Larry Sharp. I did. Walked up to Larry Sharp. I said, will you give me 15, 20 minutes? He said, absolutely. We spoke for 2.5 hours on this channel live. And I grilled Larry Sharp about being a libertarian and all of his libertarian views and what he would do as governor. 2.5 hours. Grilled him. And he answered every single question. Every question I asked. Okay. I was mentioning Larry, so I just thought I'd bring that up. But I bring that up for a reason. That, the news media has been so unfair and I'm fed up with it. I've been fed up with it for years now, that they tell you almost nothing. They lie to you. They manipulate you. That's like Kat Abu out of the Illinois 9th District running for Congress. Lied to you, abuses you, and they think they're going to get away with it. Because the mainstream media won't take the time to tell you the truth, to let you know what actually happened. They'll let you see a 15-second video clip and say, Orange Man bad. And that's the answer you're supposed to go with. And if you knew anything more than that, if you got to see anything more than that, you would go, Kat Abu, running for the Illinois 9th Congressional District, is a manipulator. She's a cheat and does not deserve to be elected. But, that's why I'm here. That's why I do what I do. And Larry says, oh my God, you do 17 hours a day, Mike. It's like, Larry, 2 hours is not a big deal. He always complains. It's like, oh my God, I got 2 hours. It's so hard to do. No, it's not. Anyway, moving on. I wanted to also mention, by the way, folks, remember, you can do a super chat. You can do a Rumble rant. You can just leave a message on YouTube, on Facebook, on X, Rumble, Facebook. I think I mentioned all of them. And leave a comment, whether you agree or disagree. I mean, hey, I know there's a police car coming by. But even John critiqued me. That's fine. Creek goes, John said, I was being spicy. I wasn't being wrong, but I was being spicy. You know what? Admonish me. I deserved it. I don't mind. You can question me. You can say, I know I'm one of the few platforms out there, or political commentaries out there, where you get to say, I don't agree. It's okay. I don't mind. You can ask me questions. In fact, I like it. And I spend many a show just answering questions because it's okay. Not many others do that. But I try. I try my best. Okay, so we talked about AOC getting elected. That's a joke. We talked about Kat Abu. We talked a little bit about Keir Starmer and Palestine and Hamas. You know what? Let's stick with America for a while. Let's get back to America and what's happening here in our nation, because it's going to have a big impact on you. And it doesn't matter where in the world you are. What happens here in America is going to affect you. So you better pay attention. Get ahead of the curve. Pay attention. And in particular, if you happen to be in India, you want to pay attention to this, because this is going to affect you. Now, the good news is that H1B visas are effectively gone. They have been ended. There are no more H1B visas, effectively. That's the good news. The bad news, H1B visas no longer exist. They're effectively gone. It's the same news. Now, part of the reason why I was talking about Larry Sharpe and going backwards in time and how I've known him for 10 years, back in 2013, most people don't remember this, I ran for Congress. I ran for the 2014 congressional race for the New York 22nd District, and I was running as a Republican against Richard Hanna. Okay. Now, when I did that, I was talking about a couple of key issues that I think are very important. One of the key issues, and you can look this up for yourself. Go to Google, look at Michael Vasquez, the New York 22nd race, Richard Hanna. I was on WUTQ. I was on WNBF. I was on most of the news stations and radio stations, and I was talking about H1B visas. H1B visas. And I was telling people then that we needed to get rid of the H1B visa, that it was a massive problem. Richard Hanna was like, no, we're going to have more. We need to have more H1B visas. That's what he was trying to do. And he was supposedly the Republican. And he wanted more H1B visas. As I mentioned in 2013, there is a glut of STEM workers. There are 3 workers for every 1 STEM job in America, and that's not even counting the fact that the H1B visas were taking away those jobs from American citizens. I was right. Richard Hanna was wrong. Richard Hanna got reelected. He's also passed since this time, and he's no longer with us. But I was still right then and now. Now we know that Donald Trump has said, okay, you want to have an H1B visa. These people are important, and we have to have them. That's what people like Elon Musk and Apple and Microsoft, these big corporations, mega corporations, they've all said, oh, no, you don't understand. We need these people. They're super brilliant. They're smarter than Americans. They're the best of the best at STEM. And so we have to bring them from India, predominantly, 70% are STEM people with H1B visas. 70% are Indians. 11% are from China. So 81% of the H1B visas come from either China or India. We need them in America because they're just brilliant. Trump said, okay, then you're going to have to pay $100,000 per year because you are underpaying these super brilliant best minds on the planet, and you're paying them less than what it would be for hiring an American, which is odd because you would think there would be so much competition for the best of the world that they would get paid more money, but they're not. Somehow they're getting paid less money than the average 6 Americans that can do a STEM job. And instead of paying any of those 6 Americans, you're going to China or India to hire them for less money. How about we charge $100,000 per person per year? Now, it's later been clarified that Donald Trump meant per person for the first year. First year, you get them, you pay an extra $100,000. And now, again, if you have Einstein in the STEM industry, you have Einstein, and he happens to be in China or in India right now, and you want to bring him to the United States to run your nuclear physics department, fantastic. You're going to pay him millions, I would imagine. Plus, what's an extra $100,000 on top of that? He is Einstein after all. Great. But instead, the companies are saying they're going to lay these people off. That everyone, mainstream news media, this is coming from the BBC. This is coming from England. This is going to end H1B visas going forward. Companies are going to cut back because the workers aren't worth it. They're not worth $100,000. Oh, they're not worth the money. You know what's the number one job that is being filled by people in India and in China with the H1B visas? Customer service. Customer service. When you call in for the tech help, when you want help with your computer or with your the internet and various devices, yeah, that's why everyone is, Abu. Everyone is Punjab or they're Indian or they're Chinese. Why? Because they're cheap. That's why. Because they're cheap. And now that they won't be cheap, well, why not get an American to do that call center work instead of the now way too expensive foreigner? It doesn't make sense. Mind you, if you find Einstein, you're still going to pay for Einstein, because what's another $100,000 on someone you're going to pay $1 million a year? You're hiring them because they're brilliant and they're worth it. And an extra $100,000, drop in the hat versus what you're getting. But if you're not willing to pay it, that tells you something. It means that since 2013, I have been right. Since 2013, when I ran for Congress and I stood in front of committee after committee after committee and news organization across the southern tier, 8 counties, for a year, telling people H1B visas are bad for the U.S. economy, I was right. And Donald Trump is proving it right now. And oh my God, I'm not upset. I'm not upset with the people in India or China or anywhere else in the world. They get an H1B visa and come to America because they want to work. Mind you, I am upset with the 7% that when they lose the H1B visa, stay and become illegal aliens. That's another number that no one likes to talk about. No one really thinks about it. 85,000 H1B visas every year, not including the exception, which increases the number to about 110,000 H1B visas every year. That's including the extension. And 7% of them every year lose their H1B status and they become illegal aliens in the United States. No one likes to talk about that. It's a fact. Do the math, look it up yourself. I've covered it many times. But here's the thing. They're not worth it. You were lied to. You've been lied to for 12 years. I tried to tell you that in 2013. If I sound a little salty and a little annoyed, it's because I was saying this in 2013. It was obvious then. It was obvious in 2013 to a first-time candidate running for Congress in the middle of New York State, upstate New York. I saw that, which means I know that the people in the businesses knew this, the people in government knew this. My opponent, Richard Hanna, absolutely knew it, and they didn't want to talk about it. How many American jobs went away, were never given to American citizens from 2013 to 2025? How many families went poor? How many people couldn't pay off their student loans because we gave the job to an H-1B visa that we didn't need to? No one likes to talk about that. I will. All right. I need to take a break because I need to walk my dog. We've been at it for about 2 hours and 15 minutes, which is about when I usually walk my dog, and I'm going to go walk him now. And since my computer is fixed, yay, I believe I should be able to play this for you. And yeah, this should be able to play all right. Yeah. So what I'm going to put on the screen for you is a conversation that I had in 2019. This is from 2019. These are our problems that we're dealing with today. They didn't start now. They're not Orange Man bad problems. These are problems that we've had in our country for a decade in many cases. This is from 2019. And this is when we saw the mob, the Antifa of the future, the members of Antifa today. These guys were here in 2019. They were getting their education in 2019. We saw what they were going to do with the progressive leaders of tomorrow. We saw them in the Working Families Party. We saw them in 2019 as they got their education from places like Binghamton University that have led to the violence today. And we knew they were going to be violent. We knew they were trained to be violent. You shouldn't be surprised. Okay, I'm going to walk my dog. Let's count 45 minutes from right now. It's currently 4:45. So let's say 5:30. We will be back at 5:30 and we'll finish the show at that time. But I want you to see what I predicted, what we were talking about then. And this is, we are living the consequence now of the violence from 2019. Here it is, so you can see it for yourself.
Hello, everyone, and thank you for joining us. That's right. This is No Soundbites Allowed. In fact, we're going to be launching a great new program called Conservatives Standing Tall. We'll be talking about that in a moment, but we want to give people a couple seconds here, a few moments, to catch up with us on what exactly is going to be happening here today, what we're going to be talking about. So we want to make sure everyone's going to have a chance to listen in. So we're going to give it a couple more seconds, and then we're going to get right into the show. And 1, 2, 3, here we go, folks, here we go. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining me. This is Michael Voss, and as you can tell, we're going to have some guests on the program. We're going to be talking about a lot of things, and I'm over here on, I shifted sides here, because I'm going to be talking with a couple of students who were involved in an incredible event that had happened this weekend. You may have already seen some of it. You may have heard about it. Oops, wrong screen. You may have heard about it already, that there was a near riot at Binghamton University on Thursday. That was the 14th of November. Today is obviously November 17th. And this has been gaining a lot of attention, mostly national attention. And you've seen it, you may have seen it on Daily Wire, you may have seen it from the Young Americans Foundation, but essentially they've been talking about this horrible, shameful, violent attack against students for the mere fact that those students were talking, that they were sharing their thoughts. And that's really a terrifying thought. And there's video of this, which was provided by Young Americans Foundation, and you may see it. Let's see. We got
they're oppressing and genociding Palestinians.
Oh, really? Did you see all the rockets which were just fired? Did you not see any of the rockets?
The rockets are hitting Israel every day, really. Let's keep hitting Israel until they give their land back.
Oh.
Let's keep hitting them. Good for them.
That kind of scared me right there. Did you hear that, folks? It's let's keep hitting Israel until they get their land back. So let's use violence. Let's use violence. Now, there's a lot of aspects to this story, a lot of things that I want to go through, a lot of things that are who we have in studio right now. A gentleman who actually went through this entire process, and that is John Lezak. He is the Vice President of Turning Point USA chapter at Binghamton University. He is the Secretary for the Binghamton College Republicans. Sorry, I always get that part a little thrown off.
It's all right.
And he was there. He actually had to survive the mob attack. It was horrible. And I'm going to be speaking with him, and John, I'm going to come right to you in a second, but I just want to make this very clear, because I've been talking about this for a while. This should not be just me talking about this. This should not be just Daily Wire talking about this. The local media won't touch this. They just aren't covering this story, and they should be covering this story. This is important. This is about the First Amendment. This is about malice. This is about menacing, intimidation. This is about politics, about what it is to be a progressive, what it is to be a libertarian or a conservative or a Republican. And we need to talk about this. By the way, folks, throughout this show, I am going to be looking and I am watching on YouTube for any comments. I'd love to have it on Facebook, but Facebook is blocking us. You can reach us on Twitter. You can reach us on our phone, which is 607-242-1582. And you can leave your comments. You can text us there, or you can call in and we'll have you on live. But enough of me talking right now, because I wanted to set the tone a little bit, give people an idea. But let me start with, so John, it was Thursday morning. You went out. What were you guys thinking? What was the thought?
So we, at College Republicans and Turning Point USA, we decided we were going to advertise for our Arthur Laffer event that is coming up on Monday. That is Monday, November 18th at 7:30. We are hosting Arthur Laffer, the famous economist. We decided it was best to advertise for that event. And with that, we got hot chocolate, we got flyers. We decided we were going to hand out both at the same time, and hopefully we're going to get enough people to come to our event. Now, at that same time, Turning Point was also coming. We had our Turning Point representative coming in, who planned on tabling on Thursday as well. So we decided we'd do both at once, kill two birds with one stone, and do both at the same time. Now, Turning Point was advertising for their organization. Okay. They were signing people up. They were giving out pins, posters, and they were just getting people interested in the organization.
Okay.
Now, in our planning, we decided the best way to get attention for this would be to wear Make America Great Again hats.
MAGA hats, okay.
Of course, and our TPUSA president, Lacey, had purchased a Donald Trump cardboard cutout, and we figured that was probably just such a good idea. You know, it would get so many people looking at us. It would get us so much attention. It would be a good idea to bring that out with us. We knew it would get some negative attention. We did not think it would get the negative attention that it got.
Okay, before we go further, let me stop right there. So just so people understand this, because not everyone is going to a college or they don't have tabling events.
Yeah.
And I know when I went to college, we didn't have them, at least by that name. So when you said you were going out, you were going to table. What is a tabling event?
Of course, yeah. I realize
that's
not
okay.
Everyone knows that, yeah. Tabling is essentially you get your organization out, you get a table, and you do whatever. There's many objectives to tabling. Mostly it's to get people interested. It's to pull people in, to sign people up, or to give away things. In our case, it was to give away hot chocolate and flyers. So our tabling was setting up a table, getting our flyers and hot chocolate on the table, getting a nice sign that would attract people in, and then pulling people over to the table and giving away these things to them.
So it's marketing. It's essentially just marketing.
It is marketing.
It's a way to get people to know about your group.
Yep, that's it.
Okay, so that's fine. No one cares about that. I mean, that's normal. Now, on tabling, let me ask you this. Has any organization at Binghamton University ever tabled an event without approval?
Yes.
Okay. And have any of those groups been political, like the Democrats, the progressives on campus, anyone?
Yes.
Okay. So this is a common practice.
Yes.
Basically, you get a table. If I'm understanding it right, and please tell me if I'm not, you get a table, you put it out, you have a flyer, a flag, a cutout poster, whatever it may be, and you say, hey, we exist. We have an idea. Would you like to know about it?
That's what tabling is.
That's okay. So we understand what tabling is.
Yep.
So I've seen people do that everywhere in Binghamton, New York City. People are just on the side of the street. Were you blocking the ability of people to walk past you?
Absolutely not. We were right where the there's a little stone wall near the edge. We were just there. That's where we were.
Okay.
We were not anywhere near the middle. We were totally on the side.
Okay, so people had a clear walkway. If they wanted to just walk right past you, they could have done it.
Yeah, we were next to a light pole. If they were going to be walking where the tables were, they would have hit a light pole. You know, we were not in the way in any sense.
Okay, so tabling exists.
Yes.
Organizations of every type table at any time.
Yes.
And you didn't obstruct or cause anyone to be forced to be involved with what you were doing?
Absolutely not.
Okay. Did people just walk past you?
Oh, yeah.
Okay. Did people walk past you make comments?
Yes.
Pro, negative?
More negative than pro. But usually when people support us, they come up to us.
Okay.
And then people can make passive-aggressive remarks as they walk by. Those are always the opposition.
Okay.
Yeah.
So a normal kind of event where if you didn't care about it, if you don't care about politics, you just walk right past.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So that's fair. And that's common.
Yes.
And that's consistent.
Oh, yeah.
Okay. So let me take another question, because I've been reading all of the comments out there, especially by Councilman Conrad Taylor, who I will be addressing, and his participation in this in just a second.
Yeah.
But I've heard a changing narrative coming from the progressives and the college liberals and their supporters that are constantly saying, well, no, you just don't understand. It's about racism. It's about Donald Trump. It's about freedom. It's about fear. It's about intimidation. The story has changed. It's about white supremacy. I keep hearing a different version of why or what you guys were doing. So I want to understand. You said that you're coming out to give away hot chocolate.
Yes.
To promote an economist speaking at Binghamton University. You had a cutout of Donald Trump. Okay. Are these things, was in your conversation, I mean, you're white. Did everyone go, hey, we're white, let's go out there and talk about white things, which I don't think an economist, hot chocolate, or a cutout of President Trump are indicative of racism?
No. Yeah, it's crazy how the narrative has changed. And from the beginning, it was, the starting point was they were doing it illegally. They didn't get their permit. This is not a legitimate table. That was the first point.
That was an argument that was made, and I think in some of the video, I've seen an hour and a half of video from different perspectives, unedited, of the event since it happened, starting on Thursday night from several of my sources. And I've been trying to make sure the news media gets this as well. So I've seen literally 40-minute blocks of uninterrupted video. One of the arguments that came up is, well, you're not the college Republicans, but TPUSA is not authorized to be able to.
Yeah, so their argument was that TPUSA is not yet chartered. We're working on it, by the way, but we're not yet chartered, so we're not allowed to table. You know, this is all nonsense. This is just things that they were saying to try to get us off. They were coming up with a whole bunch of legal mumbo jumbo to try to get us to pack up and leave. Okay,
let me stop again. Has any organization that is not chartered ever tabled at Binghamton University?
For sure. This is not the first time.
Okay, and when you say chartered, I assume that means an official club.
Yeah.
Is there something like you need a certain number of people, or what is it? What is that?
Well, yeah, we have our the TPUSA organization. They're currently working on that. But essentially, what charter means is that you are receiving money from the school.
Okay,
right?
So you're not TPUSA is an organization that doesn't get money from taxpayers through the university to the students.
Not yet. I mean, we're working on getting chartered, which is the official term. But no, we don't receive the money from the school yet.
So they're a free organization.
Yeah.
Okay, so it's free, no taxpayer money involved. It's just students that say, hey, we have a similar point of view.
Yeah, we support this. Yeah, that's it. It's just we support this organization. We're going to work for this organization.
So since you don't get government funding, that's a problem. Because you're not getting government funding via the university, that's a problem for some people.
Michael, don't you know? The government needs to spend on everything.
Okay. So the lack of government intervention is a problem. Okay.
Yeah, of course.
Because I want to make sure people understand, what are we talking about? What are we really talking about? Because we're talking about, it's not legal. You mean it's not government funded? Not the same thing. Students can say anything if they want to. I mean, that's freedom of speech, right?
Of course.
Because that's what colleges are supposed to be about.
Oh, yeah.
Free exchange of ideas.
Yeah.
Okay, that's what I thought. But I cut you off there, so go ahead.
Oh, yeah, sure. So the narrative started off, we're doing this illegally. Total nonsense. I think they realized that that's not really a working argument. So they switched it over and they said, they are promoting gun violence. They're putting all of our lives at risk. What? What does that even mean? Half of the tables, one of the tables was promoting an event, an economic event. The other table was promoting an organization. Now, that organization had posters up, about 6 posters, I would say. Maybe 2 of them had something to do with guns, because TPUSA is pro-Second Amendment.
Okay.
That is very clear. So 2 of the posters were pro-gun, and that means that we were all promoting gun violence?
Okay. Now, this is an interesting point, and it's an important one.
Yeah.
Because a lot of people may not be aware. So, and there is a picture, and I'm going to show it right now real quick on the screen, just so people know what I'm talking about here. And I'm going to get to what this article is saying and what this image is. And you can blow it up for yourselves. It's coming from the Binghamton Review, 2019. The leftist mob harasses conservative students at BU. So you can look it up there, and I'll kind of be coming back to this. But in that image, you can see, and I'll explain the image a little bit later, what we see is there is a poster that shows an AR-15 and a couple of other firearms.
Yeah.
But it's it's saying freedom of expression here,
Oh, yeah.
freedom of the Second Amendment. So I want to be very clear. That's one of the images saying that Americans should have the right to have a Second Amendment. Is that threatening?
Yeah, I mean, regardless of whether we were doing it for guns or not, even if we were doing it for guns, how is that threatening? How is that promoting violence? I hear people saying it's so bad that we're doing this because, the school shooting just happened, and we're doing this because of the school shooting.
Right. Good point. And
yeah.
So let's backtrack again,
Course,
so
yeah,
people know. Again, we want full context here, so everyone understands what are we really talking about. So in full context, you guys went out at what time?
We were gathering materials at 10. The actual tabling began around 10:45 to 11.
Okay, let's call it 11 o'clock.
Sure.
And in California is 3 hours behind us.
Yes.
So at 11 o'clock, it's 8 a.m.
Mm-hmm.
At that moment, when you walked out, did you know there was a shooting?
No.
That there was a shooting event where a very troubled 15-year-old decided to commit suicide and kill others.
Yeah.
Did you know about that?
Nobody knew about it.
Okay. So there was no sudden plan. Hey, there was a shooting. Let's take advantage of it.
Oh yeah, this is such a good idea. Why don't we? Yeah. No, it's a ridiculous notion that we planned this in any way.
Okay.
It's almost conspiratorial.
Very much so.
Yeah.
Okay, so, and it's not unreasonable. I think most people didn't hear about the story. It didn't get national until roughly 1 o'clock Eastern Standard Time.
Mm-hmm.
So that's about 2 hours after the event started or the incident started in California, 2 hours after you started your tabling. So did you guys get a notice about there was a shooting?
So I left. I had to go do a meeting in the middle of this tabling. So around like 11:30 to 12,
Mm-hmm.
I went to my meeting. Somewhere in that meeting, I got a notification on my phone.
Okay.
That's when I found out.
Okay. So well into the event.
Yeah, well into it.
Okay.
Nothing we could do about it.
Right. Life happens.
Yes.
No one knows. No one can plan. Oh, today will be a school shooting. Like that.
Yeah. No.
You can say, hey, today there's going to be a shooting in Chicago. That you can plan for.
Oh yeah.
Because I guarantee you, this weekend, 30 people got shot in Chicago. Because
nobody talks about it, by the way.
No. Because every weekend, 30 people get shot in Chicago,
Yeah.
and Baltimore, and in Detroit. But anyway, that side point. So you're having that. And in the image I see, which it looks like it was at the beginning of your tabling, that image I just showed, and I'll show it again. The picture shows that there's 1, 2, 3, 4. There's 4 of you there. Or
yes.
is there 5?
So there.
I know there's a picture of Donald Trump there, but there's about 4, maybe 5 people.
So
I know it's
during
small.
that picture, there was 4. It floated around because there was 3 of us in the beginning. Then there was 4. Then there was 3 again and 4 again, and yeah, it rotated around the 3 to 5 number.
Okay, and so it looks like this was somewhere around 1 o'clock.
Mm-hmm.
And 1 o'clock, roughly, between 1 and 2, according to the picture and the time frame that it's in, it looks like there was no crowd.
No.
Students weren't coming around to say, oh, we're going to complain.
No, not at that moment.
So you had been there for over 2 hours. No one cared.
Yeah, I mean, we got a little bit of engagement. There were people that came over to debate or call us racists, things like that. People came over in support, but there wasn't a big showing like those other videos.
Right.
Yeah.
That's what I'm saying. And that's, I want to be clear what I mean.
Yeah.
There wasn't a mob growing.
No,
there wasn't a crowd growing saying, oh my God, I have fear. This is an expression of hate. This is something I can't live with. This is somehow interfering with my ability to live my life, that you had that small table.
Not at that moment.
Okay.
Yeah.
So somewhere after, between 1:47 to 2:18 p.m. that afternoon, suddenly a crowd starts showing up.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it was It started with only a handful of people. They came over and made it very clear that they were not leaving. This was when we had a crowd form, and they spent about 10 minutes talking to me about school policy, about how I'm not allowed to be here. I wasn't allowed to interrupt them, by the way. This was a 10-minute speech that they were making about, and this code says this and that and this and that. And then at the end of it, they go, okay, so now you have to leave. And I go, no. If you let me make my point, I'm not leaving. The First Amendment, guarantees my right to stay here, and I don't think school policy will go over the First Amendment or the Constitution in any way. Mm-hmm. And I made that point very clear. I believe they went through the whole argument again about school policy, and then I said, nope, not leaving. And I think that's when they realized that this whole argument was a waste of time, and they started resorting to other means.
Okay. Now, everything we've been talking about so far, I want people to understand that this has been, everything you're mentioning seems to be exactly what was said by the Binghamton Review. The reporters, a school newspaper, the Binghamton Review, in their article, Leftist Mob Harasses Conservative Students at BU, as I show on the screen right now, they go into this story. And so far, everything you're mentioning is matching up. That you had gone out there, time frame, and that no one was really opposed to it, no one was worried about it, until, in particular, the one woman who was pictured here right now, and she was very public. She knew she was being recorded on cell phones and videos. So she was very vocal, very angry, very agitated, and one of the provocateurs in trying to incite a riot, it would seem.
Definitely one of the main characters in this whole saga, I would say.
Screaming. And at the same time, we see that there was a comment coming from agents or individuals. They appear to be leftist, progressive, liberals at Binghamton University, decided that, well, because there was Trump supporters, and I'll actually read the quote of the image as provided by the Binghamton Review. On the left, it says, today on the spine, Trump supporters are actively advocating for the Trump administration and gun violence. Again, an image in support of the Second Amendment doesn't mean gun violence, but this is what they're saying.
Yes.
I go on. They go on to say, join us at 2 as we disrupt this space that Binghamton has allowed students to create and protest the racism, homophobia, and xenophobia that has erupted from the Trump and his supporters. Okay, before I go further. So they've already detailed that at 2 o'clock, an event that's going on that is not drawing a crowd, that does not have opposition by students or the university, that they were going to create an opposition, that they were going to create an incident, that due to their xenophobia of someone having an idea that was separate of their own, that they were going to go out there and they were going to incite an incident.
Yep.
That's what that text says. And they were gathering a mob to be able to do that.
Yes.
To be aggressors and to attack you, to try to intimidate you. And I don't say that slightly because in the picture right next to it, which appeared on The Culture, a community, Binghamton student community group text, we see that there's going to be some language here. An individual whose identity was not revealed said, I heard there's only 3 of the supporters there. Response, yeah, there's not that many, but fuck him up anyways. 13 people loved that idea.
Yes.
To be violent, to aggress against you because you have a different idea. They wanted to be violent. The next thing, and that's where we have the image. They then go on to say, pick your gun. Pick your gun is what was on the poster. Okay, out of context, but that's what it says. On the day a shooting occurred, that's literally disgusting. Fine, that's out of context, but maybe that's what they believe. But they go on to say at 2:18, 18 minutes after the event started, their mob was growing. They say, today on the spine, Trump supporters are actively advocating for the Trump administration and gun violence. Sounds kind of consistent. Join us at 2 as we disrupt this disgusting space. And they go on and say exactly the same thing again. So this is a repeated idea. That doesn't sound like just someone occasionally or coincidence. This was not accidental.
No.
This was a plan.
Oh, this is totally organized. This is a top-down operation to disrupt our free speech.
So they wanted to intimidate you with a crowd.
Oh, yeah.
That they organized to try and silence you and to remove you because they don't like President Trump. They don't like firearms, the Second Amendment. And in their mind, anyone who doesn't agree with them must be a racist, a homophobe, or a xenophobe.
Yeah.
Which actually sounds like, and considering their claims of white supremacy, they seem to be the racists and the xenophobes. That seems to be interesting. So, 2 o'clock, you get this crowd that's coming around you. What happens?
Yeah, so around 2 o'clock, their numbers just start doubling, right?
Mm-hmm.
It starts with about 8 of them, and then about 20 of them, and then before you know it, there are 50 people yelling at you. Then there's 100 people yelling at you, and then I don't know when the 200 number came out, but that was definitely the amount of people that were surrounding us. It got so out of hand so quickly, and I remember when there was 8 people there. And then it was like there was a time skip to when there was 200 people there. It happened in such a short span of time. And you could see from the text, this had to be organized. And you see the language. This was not meant to be this was not meant to be a debate. This was not a sharing of ideas. This was not looking for middle ground. F them up. That clearly shows this is meant to be a shutdown. This is meant to be brown shirt activity. This is fascist in nature. This is totalitarian in nature. This is not a sharing of ideas by any standard.
Yeah, not at all.
No.
And I find this to be very troubling. Now, there are some other images I want to share with people so that they can see this. One of them comes from a city councilman, Binghamton City Councilman Conrad Taylor, who happens to also be he's a student at Binghamton University, and he was an elected official. And on his official elected city council Twitter page, he has some very interesting things. On October, and I want to refer to this, and you can go see this yourself if you wish, on Conrad Taylor's page. Conrad Taylor says, on November 7th, there is a cost to turning people away from the government. It weakens our democracy, it hurts our community, it depletes us of hope. Government should be a place where people come together. Let's rebuild the trust in our communities, not break them apart. That's what he had to say on November 7th. And then on November 14th, Conrad Taylor is, as is pictured on the screen, is saying college Republicans and Turning Point USA tabled without approval, which is not a factor, at Binghamton University today in support of guns, right after a school shooting with a real Donald Trump cutout. Young people spoke up and told them where to shove it. This is his statement. Now, if you see again the picture, that isn't in favor of mass shootings.
No.
That's in favor of the Second Amendment.
Yes.
If you look at the students here, which is well after 2 o'clock, based on video and the timeline of the text that we've already seen, so it seems that Councilman Conrad Taylor is very much in support of silencing people that he does not agree with.
Yeah, seems like it.
His statement is that because someone supports gun rights, that this is something that's wrong.
Yeah.
That the fact that people, he says they spoke up, this was menacing. By definition, the mob activity falls under New York State laws of menacing, intimidation. There were threats of violence according to the video that captures individuals threatening you guys.
Oh, yeah.
Both physically and also economically, and being able to have a chartered club and being able to express your views. This was a denial of the First Amendment. And we have a sitting city councilman Conrad Taylor, who is making these comments. And by the way, just so people can really understand how bad that is, this is the Facebook page for Councilman Conrad Taylor in Binghamton, New York. And Mr. Taylor's page has absolutely nothing about the event. He is more than happy to go to Twitter to talk about his views about silencing people. He is more than happy to go on and promote the silencing of the First Amendment, to deny people their right to free speech, which would affect their ability to be involved in government, which he seems to think is okay, I guess, for some people. But he isn't willing to share his same information to his constituents, that he believes that they should be able to shut them down. Even though both are his official page, he has no transparency. And I think that's important to point out.
Yeah.
And I have called on Conrad Taylor to speak about this, to explain why he did this. And I also want to bring this up because Councilman Taylor, and I'm going to show everyone a video right now so you can see this. One of the videos, as supplied by the Binghamton University College Republicans, video of the event.
They don't just have to how everybody has a voice in this country. You think everybody has a fucking voice in this country? Black people have money in this country. Everybody to be done.
Let me stop that. Did you hear? Everybody has a voice in this country, black and white, except conservatives, because they're trying to shut down your voice.
Yeah.
I think that's interesting to note. You can't speak, but people in the country have the right to speak out. Okay, let's go on.
Shut up and get out.
No.
Shut up and get out.
How about not?
There's free speech for you. Shut up and get out. There's free speech. There's a discourse. What an intelligent argument that's being made on the video live. What's happening there? What's happening in that scene right there? Do you see that?
Huh. Interesting. It's a very cohesive, well said point on their end. Very good argument. They were packing up our table. They kept saying, pack it up, pack it up, pack it up. We weren't doing it, so they decided to take everything off our tables, flip the tables, and if you press the play button, you could see not very effectively pack up the tables. They were folding them up.
So they took your property against your will, and were forcibly removing your property.
Kicking it shut. Yes.
Destroying your property, because that table later gets destroyed, as video shows.
I do not know where the table is.
I do see other video. I've seen an hour and a half where I do see later the video shows that the table has been destroyed. I know the owner of the video of the table has reported and identified that it has been broken.
Yes.
So
yes, yes.
Vandalism.
Oh yeah.
And this is what Conrad Taylor and many other supporters, this is what they believe in. Destruction of property. Okay, let's go back to the video. Let me see. This crowd is growing, as people can see. But it's still not 200. Get out.
Love Trump, hey. Love Trump, hey.
Okay, so there's a lot of cursing here. I don't want to get into the cursing a whole lot. But what we're seeing is that's not a crowd of 200. We're seeing them say that you have to shut up, you have to pack up. They're forcibly taking your items and getting rid of them. They've destroyed property. Yeah. How are you feeling at that moment?
I mean, the thing is, I was concerned for, the safety of the people I was with. I was concerned for our materials. We had a whole box that YIF gave us. I do not know where that box is. I know that they took it. It was all taken. All of our property was stolen. It was damaged. At that point, I was concerned. However, I was relieved to know that all of this was being recorded, right? Because we had Lacey, we had Taylor there. They were both recording all of this. So I was pleased to know that all of this was being seen, that people were seeing the barbaric nature of what these people were doing. Free speech to them is just destroying our things. they said, oh, this is my right to free speech, as they break our tables, as they tell us to shut up and go away. That is not, when we say free speech, we mean debating ideas, we mean sharing our thoughts, you sharing your thoughts, and us finding a common middle ground. We do not mean you screaming at our face so we can't talk, packing our things up, breaking them, and stealing them. That's not free speech to us. That's free speech to them, apparently.
Well, no, that's vandalism. That's malice. That's menacing. That's intimidation. That's stealing. That's a lot of things, but it has nothing to do with free speech. And no one's freedom, no one's ability to pursue life, liberty, and happiness is allowed to impose on you. The moment it starts taking, when I physically force you to do something or physically stop you from doing something, I'm no longer talking about freedom. Mm-hmm. That's no longer freedom. So we got to make sure that's clear. Obviously, these college students haven't been informed of the Constitution or law in general.
Well, actually, it's funny you say that, because I remember a specific conversation. It's not in the YAF video, but I think it might be on camera, on video, where we say, this is our First Amendment right, this is all in the Constitution, this is the law of the land. And they specifically said, F the Constitution doesn't matter, the Constitution was written by racists. Wow. So, in fact, this has nothing to do with freedom of speech to them, because freedom of speech that's off the table. That was made by racists. Mm-hmm. Freedom of speech was thought up by racists. So we can't practice that, because racists practice that. That is the law of racism. That is not the law of the modern America that they want to build.
Okay, that's not the socialist ideology.
No, not at all.
Well, I've seen the socialist ideology when I lived in Moscow,
of course,
and Tbilisi and Riga, and I tell you what, that's not freedom. That's authoritarian, iron fist rule. But let me go to another video. And again, folks, if you want to see this for yourself, you can. This is at the the Binghamton University College Republicans page. You can go there yourself and see the video that I am providing here for you. And you can see it in its fullness.
Record me. Can you send me that?
Does everyone like the First Amendment here?
Oh, where was it? Just gonna show it again. There. I'm stopping the video right there for a second. As the students are more than happy to scream about no justice, no peace, when they're talking about no justice, no peace, for who? There's no peace for who? Because what is their justice? They're talking about social justice, which means if you have to qualify it, it's not what you're talking about. But that being said, they're there, they're screaming at you. We see the crowd is 50 some odd students big, and who's in that crowd at that moment? Well, I'll go back to the video. I just froze it. That's Conrad Taylor. That is Councilman Conrad Taylor, who came to the event. Now, was he called to the event because of the Group Me response asking for a mob to come and intimidate a bunch of conservatives? I don't know. But I do know that Binghamton City Councilman Conrad Taylor is at that event supporting a mob that's trying to intimidate you, that's menacing you, harassing you, and destroying property. Let me ask you, now that I don't know if you noticed that he was there before.
No, I didn't know that.
How do you feel about that?
I feel like I shouldn't even be surprised. I shouldn't even be surprised
that a sitting member of a sitting elected official would join a mob that would harass, menace, intimidate, and silence the First Amendment.
I mean, this is something that obviously, if you go back 10 or 20 years, this is mind-blowing. No one would be able to conceive something like this. But in the modern day, honestly, yeah, I can see that happening.
Actually, you don't have to go back that far. If people may remember, because I do, and the Binghamton Review did, there was an article from the Binghamton Review 3 years ago about the Stop White People 2K16, which is part of the residential assistant training at Binghamton University. And that was August 21st of 2016. People can look up the article if they wish. But that article was very, very clear in that it was saying that white people have a problem, that having a good argument, which means a non-social justice argument, well, that has to be shut down.
Yeah.
And those freshmen are now the juniors, the seniors at Binghamton University. And we would have to ask, is that why we have a mob today who's saying no justice, no peace? Because no justice, no peace also means no voice, no freedom.
Oh, yeah.
No freedom of expression. Yeah. And a sitting councilman, a sitting elected official is there supporting that idea. And I know he's supporting it because, again, we can go back to Councilman Taylor had a wonderful tweet about this in support of it. On that moving spectrum of, gee, what is this about? Is it about gun control? Because I didn't hear anyone say anything about gun control. In fact, as I watched the video over and over again, and I've watched every video that's come out about this, you know what I don't hear? Gun control. No one's talking about gun control.
No, no one.
Not one person mentioned in the mob that was there, in every one of their chants, no one has mentioned anything about the shooting in California. No one has mentioned anything about the Second Amendment. No one has mentioned anything about gun control or gun rights.
Yeah, no one said it to us, and we didn't say it back. That was not the narrative during the time. That is a narrative that was formulated and well-crafted afterwards to delegitimize what we were doing. We were advertising for an economic event. We were advertising for Arthur Laffer, the famous economist, coming to campus. That is the bottom line. That's what we were doing.
And that makes you a racist. That makes you...
Oh, yeah. That means I'm a racist. Yeah.
Okay. Because, obviously, social justice. Okay.
We all know economics are racist.
Yeah. Well, and they went into... And the whole racism issue is something else. Because there is yet another group that has joined into the conversation. Not Daily Wire, not Ben Shapiro, not Mark Levin, who are national figures who are now aware of this issue and have been talking about it. Mm-hmm. I believe other national news media like Breitbart and others may be shortly talking about this.
They've all been picking it up, yes.
The local news media haven't said anything except me, but there is another organization that got involved in this, and that happens to be Divest Binghamton.
Yes.
Are you familiar with them?
Oh, I am.
Okay. Divest Binghamton says, 23 hours ago, the Binghamton University Police Department has been advancing and protecting white supremacy for decades. The police are actively protecting these supremacists, that would be you, I assume.
Yes, that's me.
From those they seek, I need to put my glasses back on, to further oppress and are only adding to the further racial disparity in Broome County. Students of color are not safe here. Posted in solidarity with the TPUSA counter-protesters. Counter-protests. Were you guys having a protest?
Oh, that's interesting. I don't recall having a protest. Actually, I do recall advertising our event, as I previously stated, but I don't recall protesting.
Okay, so there was no protest?
No.
Okay, TPUSA, were they protesting?
No.
Okay.
No, they were just standing there. They were advertising for the organization.
Tabling.
Oh, yeah, tabling. That's all.
Oh, screen just jumped for a second. So the moving landscape has now gone to, so it went from, this is about guns, which no one's spoken about.
Nope.
This has been about social justice, which no one's talked about.
Nope.
This is about freedom of speech, which you were being denied.
Mm-hmm.
And now a new group of progressives are trying to say, well, it's about racism and
white supremacy.
And white supremacy.
Oh, right, of course.
Okay. So that's interesting. But I want to show the video that they put out there to try and justify their points of view. And
no soundbites allowed is the name of his game. With a coffee in one hand and his puppy on his lap, cigarettes curling, smoking his political trap. Michael Vass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies. tough. He's a Republican dragon with his truthful slight. Fights the battles unseen in the shadows of the night. From policy to passion, he breaks it all down, giving a voice to the voiceless, wearing his crown. Caffeine-fueled mornings, the smoke curls dance. Puppy at his feet, giving life one more chance. Through algorithms and bias, he cuts straight and clear. Michael's roar echoes in the hemisphere. Michael Bass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the bluff. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough. No sound bites allowed is his ultimate creed. A dragon's perspective where facts are the seed. Standing tall on his battlefield of thoughts, guarding the truth that others forgot. Michael Bass roars through the screen, he flies, painting red and blue skies with his fiery cry. He's the world's watchdog, calling out the rough. Right-wing swagger, but his heart's pretty tough.
Oh, that's right. Here I am. Hello, everybody, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, in the Bronx on September 21st. It's currently 5:31 in the evening. I thank you for taking some time to be here with me. Whether you've been watching the show since the beginning or whether you joined us just now, I appreciate you and I thank you. Now, we've covered a lot of things here today. We've been covering what's happened over in Illinois with ICE and a female congressional candidate. That was Kat Abu for the Illinois 9th, and her manipulation of the public, the manipulation of the information about why she was tossed onto the ground as she was breaking the law. She should have been arrested. I wish she was. We're going to be talking a little bit more about some of the other issues that have also been happening. We were talking a little bit about, give me 1 second here. We were talking about the CNN Ashley from the Obama administration and her misguided thoughts about how she's important and Charlie Kirk not so much. That you should be asking about her feelings as a black woman on CNN and not worried about Charlie Kirk, the father, the businessman, the husband who was assassinated merely for speaking, and the fact that he is an international superstar. And Ashley from the Obama administration is someone that you don't even know her last name. You don't know her, and no one cares. She was just trying to hype up her importance to increase her paycheck at the expense of Charlie Kirk. Again, leftists abusing Charlie Kirk for their own benefit. We were talking a little bit about AOC, who has a delusion of grandeur and thinks that you will vote for her as president, that Democrats will vote for her for the presidency. And what really looks like is right now, she's at about the same level as Kamala Harris in 2019. And she thinks that's good enough to get her into the White House in 2028. I think that's a complete joke. I think that will completely fail because she has absolutely no success and she has no true respect. She is a spectacle, but she doesn't have any respect in and of herself on what she does. All she can say is she's Hispanic and a woman, and those are her claims to fame. That's it. And I think it's going to be telling to watch as the next year and a half comes through that we're going to see her completely fail, completely fall on her face in an attempt to run for the presidency. But Democrats don't have a lot of choices. It's either Gavin Newsom, Kamala Harris, or AOC. That is a pitiful playing field. And even with the addition of J.B. Pritzker or Josh Shapiro out of Pennsylvania, I don't think it gets any better for AOC. I don't see Democrats having a winning team. But that's my opinion. You may have a different one. And we were talking about, that actually kind of brings us up to the H1B visas that I was fighting against back in 2013. And I had the warning that this would hurt the American economy back then as I ran for the New York 22nd Congressional District seat. And lo and behold, we're seeing the proof of what I said in 2013 come from Donald Trump in 2025, because each and every, or the overwhelming majority of the 81% of H1B visas from India and China, they're not worth $100,000. Not worth $100,000 because they are unskilled labor. They're barely as good, or maybe as good, as the 6 Americans for every single job that they hold. Every single job taken by one of the H1B visas, there are 6 Americans that could do that same job. 6. It's hurting the American economy. And now Donald Trump says, well, you know what? Pay the government $100,000 per person to make up for that, or hire an American instead. Hiring an American would be cheaper than paying $130,000, $150,000 a year for that H1B visa candidate. Instead, you could just hire an American. Cost you less than having that. But we'll see. I think the businesses will get the hint and will hire more Americans for these STEM jobs, mostly customer service, and that will be good for the economy. But I'm sure the left will tell you that Donald Trump, well, he's racist. He doesn't like Indian people. He doesn't like Chinese people. Mind you, they're not going to mention he's helping Americans. He's helping Americans get jobs in STEM. Some of them will even be women in STEM, and that's a good thing. That's something that the left wants, but they're going to tell you that he's a racist, and that isn't true. That isn't the story, but that's what they're going to tell you. So that brings us up to the show back where we are. I did want to answer a couple of comments here from Grace, because she was looking at the video that I had to interview back in 2019 about the attack by a mob of leftist students, members of the Progressive Leaders of Tomorrow and several other leftist organizations on Binghamton University. They still exist on Binghamton University today in 2025. And they were allowed 200, surrounded 3. It was 3 conservative students surrounded by 200 students at Binghamton University and a member of the Binghamton City Council. Wouldn't you know, they're all Democrats surrounding them. And that was considered fair. That was considered by the left to be okay, made national news, and has helped in the lawsuit that Binghamton is still under. There is a lawsuit against Binghamton University related to that attack against conservatives. Yeah, I think it's important to understand the attack on Charlie Kirk isn't a new thing. It isn't something that's been motivated because of Donald Trump. This has been a long time coming. That's 6 years ago that we saw the attack coming from the left against conservatives, against Republicans, against anyone that didn't obey whatever they felt at the moment. And it's no surprise where we are right now when we understand that. 6 years ago, those students are now working at jobs in the government and in businesses across this nation, and they're still protesting. I want you to keep that in mind. All right. So Grace says, is there justice or peace for conservative families who want to raise their kids without having to worry about being bullied for being a nuclear family? No. When they say no justice, no peace, they mean against anyone that isn't a socialist progressive. If you are anything else, if you believe anything that they have not already stated, then you are the bad guy. In fact, 9 out of 10 times they'll tell you that you are a right-wing Nazi. That's almost always what they say. Think about J.K. Rowling. J.K. Rowling agrees with the very same socialist progressives across in England and in the United States, except for one thing. She agrees with the British government. A woman is a woman. And because she believes a woman is a woman, because the reason why is because J.K. Rowling is a feminist, because she believes in her feminist ideology that she got from college, well, that means she doesn't agree with the trans movement. And that makes her a Nazi. Not because I think that. I don't. That's not my opinion. That's the opinion of the progressives. You must obey everything they think, or you are the bad guy. And therefore, there is no justice and there is no peace, because the left define justice as compliance, blind, absolute compliance to whatever they feel at any given moment. You might call that slavery. I will call that slavery. Slavery of the mind, which equates into slavery of the economics and slavery of the opportunity. That's what I would call it. But hey, the progressives, they like to define things in very different ways. That being said, so there is no justice for anyone that isn't the same socialist progressive as they are. And there is no peace for anyone that doesn't obey and comply to whatever the left think. If there is anyone who is a leftist, a Democrat in elected office, anywhere in the United States that would like to dispute this with me, I will give you as much time as you would like to talk about this, to actually go through the 20 years of records that I have covering these issues, covering these kinds of events. Let's have that discussion. Let's have a substantive talk about this, not feelings, not 5 minutes, not some hyper-edited video off of CBS News in 60 minutes. Let's actually do a live stream and talk this out. If you think I'm wrong, you should have no problem putting me in my place and showing me how I'm absolutely out of base. I've been asking for that for over 15 years, and the Democrats will not come on. They will not have that conversation with me. I wonder why. Okay, so that's one thing. And Grace also went on during the break to ask the question, are Black conservatives even being acknowledged by the left? No, we don't exist. According to the left, I'm not here. I don't exist. If in their mind, they might suggest that some white guy is here named Michael Voss. And believe it or not, and I know some people will not believe this, but it's true. There have been many times, like on my Twitter, sometimes on Facebook, on YouTube, I'll respond to a comment and they'll tell me that I am a white supremacist. And I'm like, you obviously have never seen a single video out of over 27, almost 3,000 videos, 3,000 articles that I've done. The fact that I'm searchable in every search engine in the world, and even if you go to Chat GPT, they know who I am and they will show you my picture. They have no idea, because on the left, if you're Black, then you must be a Democrat. There's nothing else. You don't get to be anything else. You don't even get to be a third-party libertarian. You are either a Democrat or you're a traitor to your race. I don't know why. I don't know how. I mean, name all of the things that Democrats have done for Black people, and you're going to be standing there for a while. Since 1960, really, you're going to be in big trouble trying to figure it out. They've been holding Black families down. In fact, they've been destroying Black families, not uplifting anyone. And we've seen that the Black middle class under Democratic social progressive ideology has been shrinking year after year, not growing. The number of unwed mothers under socialist ideology and socialist policies, well, that unwed mothers has been increasing, families decreasing. And then you wonder why there are so many young Black men who are troubled and having problems. So no, they don't think we exist. They think we're a lie. They think that we don't exist, that we're just being paid for it. And please, so show me the bank account that has all the money from the right that I'm supposedly collecting. If I'm some kind of sellout, where's my paycheck? Where's my vacation home? Trust me, I need the money. Where is it? I got to pay for my dog's veterinary bill. So please tell me where that money is so I can pay for my dog's vet. Oh, there isn't one because they made it up. Because they need to lie. Because if you look at what they stand for and what the consequences of what they have done are, there is no benefit. There is no benefit. That doesn't mean that you if someone rank and file Democrat is watching the program right now, someone who's on the left is watching this right now. I'm not telling you that you're a bad person. I'm telling you the leadership you have is abysmal. They have wasted every opportunity they have been given. Every vote that they have been given for the last half century has been put down the drain, and they take all people of color for granted. They assume it's a foregone conclusion that they're going to get 75% of the vote every single time. So why do they have to care? They don't even have to go out and actually try. They don't even have to target ads at you or make false promises to you. No, they don't even have to lie. They will ignore you. If you're black or a minority, they ignore you because you're going to vote for them, because they've already convinced you that doing anything else, well, everyone else is evil. So you have no choice. You have to. It's sad. It's truly sad. Okay. With that being said, let me move on. So thank you, Grace, for those comments. I appreciate it. So let's catch up to where we're supposed to be. And as you can see, if you just joined the channel, I fixed my computer. Took the entire week, had to get some new equipment, cost me money. And therefore, I am the bill for my veterinarian, for my dog, Khan, is down to $2,800. I didn't get to change the stream there, but it's $2,800, not $3,000. But I had to fix the computer, so that's why there's a little bit of a difference. But we are knocking it down, and your support, whether it's a super chat, whether it's PayPal, whether it's Patreon, which you can find in the description, they all help. But I'm happy for the support you guys provide, even if you just like, share, and most of all, subscribe. Help us to get to 5,000 subscribers. That's it, 5,000 subscribers. I'm not greedy. I'm not trying to take over the world. 5,000 subscribers. Let's try to get there before the end of the year. All right. Because if I don't advertise myself, who will? YouTube? Ha ha! You're kidding, right? That's a joke. You're funny. But I wanted to go on and talk about, because we were talking about the H1B visas, but I think there's also something else that's kind of important to talk about right now. Because as we talk about Charlie Kirk, his funeral has been today, hundreds, millions around the world have been watching. Either they're live or they're watching on various channels. Several channels have hundreds of thousands of views of the funeral and the proceedings there. I know Donald Trump and J.D. Vance are talking about that funeral and Charlie Kirk and what he has meant to them and to millions of people around the world. And that is important, but I think other stories in the last week and a half, we kind of lost everything. We lost our focus as a nation, and very much so for a good part of the world. Time kind of froze. But there are some stories that we need to pay attention to, some stories that we should be talking about. And one of those stories is something that really upset me a lot. And this isn't about the left. This is about the right. This is in particular about Fox News. In particular, it's about Brian Kilmeade. And as you can see from the title, Brian Kilmeade was making an apology. This is from the Milwaukee Journal Sentinel. And I have to show that because no one else is really talking about this. You won't see this article really anywhere. This story came out at the beginning of the week and it died. Nobody's talking about it. You can't, if you search for it, you're really not going to find anything online because they killed it. They killed the story. The problem is Brian Kilmeade, who is a host on Fox and Friends, a morning show that is on Fox News. He's one of the hosts, and they were talking about homelessness, about the homeless situation. Now, we have already spoken about Donald Trump. His solution for the homeless in D.C. was to take them out of D.C. and bring them into Maryland or into Virginia. And that's part of the solution. And I'm not upset with that as being part of a solution. Change their environment so that they have to change their habits. One of the biggest things that keeps people in homelessness is the fact that they have patterns that they go through, and they've been doing that for a year or 2 or 10, and it's very difficult to get them out of that pattern. They have learned to live with their situation, and it, like anyone with a habit, it's very difficult to change that habit, to reintroduce them into society and help them become productive in society again. That is a fact. I know this because I've been homeless myself, and I've started to fall into those same patterns that kept me alive, but they also kept me isolated and outside of society. And it was only when I was able to break back into society, to break the patterns I was building as someone who was homeless, was I able to then become productive again, to eventually be able to own a home of my own, to be able to do everything I've done since, what was that? That was the 1990s. So another 30 years later. That's important to understand. So the beginning of what Trump has done, which is help to break that cycle, that pattern that many in the homeless are in, is a start. Now, there's the mental health component that should be picked up by the state of Virginia, the state of Maryland. They should jump on that to help these individuals as they are learning a new pattern, as they're changing their life. They have to then start working on the mental health component to get these people the mental health they need, if they need that, to help them get the drug counseling and detoxing these individuals, if that's part of why they were homeless. Let's get on that part as soon as possible. And that's, again, while they're disheveled, while they're reestablishing themselves, creating new patterns, let's get them into a pattern of being sober. And lastly, we have to help them reintegrate back into society. I don't know, buy some small homes. Let them have that property for themselves, somewhere where they can stay, where they can live. It's not expensive. Small homes can be as cheap as $5,000. And that gives them a safe place to stay, a stable point in their lives, something that they are responsible for, that can help them reintegrate into society. $5,000 per small home is a very cheap cost versus the billions that we waste and hundreds of millions in most cities that we waste every year and get nothing. Why not try that? So everything I've just explained is because I'm an advocate for the homeless, having been someone who has in my life been homeless. And I have spoken about it at schools. I've spoken at events. I've talked about it here on this channel many a time. I'm not embarrassed that my life went sideways and I became homeless. I'm not embarrassed about that. I'm not afraid to admit that I was homeless. And I want to help other people so they don't have to be homeless. And if they do become homeless, to give them a path back out, like I got help. And it wasn't because I wasn't homeless because of drugs. I wasn't homeless because of mental health. I just had life happen. I lost a business deal. I lost everything because I lost a business deal. Bad partners, bad deal. It fell apart. I lost everything. I bet everything. I lost everything. Guess what? There are millions of other individuals just like me. They're not on drugs. They don't have mental health issues. They maybe made a bet on a business or they were working in a place and life happened. And I want to help those individuals. Brian Kilmeade this week decided that instead of doing something like supporting Jericho Project, the Jericho Project here in New York City helps veterans and the homeless and families to get back on their feet, to get their lives back under control, to help them rebuild themselves. We have raised money on April 6th, my birthday. We raised hundreds for the Jericho Project, which I have shown making the payment. We raised the money. We paid them. That helped those who are homeless. I put my voice, my face, my name behind what I do. He could have been talking about the Jericho Project or any other organization or project that helps the homeless. He could have been talking about the mental health issue, the drug addiction issue, the fact of jobs or job training, or just general life situations. He could have been talking about small houses. Instead, Brian Kilmeade said, kill them. I'm not kidding. This is not a joke. This isn't funny. This wasn't done as part of a joke or a skit. This wasn't made in mirth. He was deadly serious. Brian Kilmeade said the way to deal with the homeless was to kill them. Kill them. That terrifies me. That is the worst answer. And just like we should be upset at those who would laugh and celebrate the death of a father, Charlie Kirk, we should also be upset with Brian Kilmeade. And in much the same way that Jimmy Kimmel is being punished for his insensitivity and his lies to the public on public airwaves, well, very similar for Brian Kilmeade. Yes, Fox is on cable. So that's a saving grace for Brian Kilmeade and Fox. Because if it was on ABC or a national channel like that, a national broadcaster, well, the FCC regulations would have immediately required that Brian Kilmeade suffer either. He'd have to be suspended or fired outright. And I'm not sure that I don't know that he needs, well, yeah, I could say, yeah, firing him would not be too much. And it's not, I don't care that he's a Republican or a conservative. I don't care that he works for a Republican or conservative organization. I care about what he said and what he meant. And he wasn't joking. He was deadly serious. He doubled down on, in the same conversation, he reiterated his desire to eliminate the homeless, forcibly eliminate the homeless people of our nation. Deadly force. And I was almost stunned into silence by hearing about this. And the mainstream media has let it go. I don't know why. Look, I understand everyone was still focused on Charlie Kirk, on the nature of his death, the realities of how the left is completely and absolutely tied to the shooter, and the shooter is a consequence of the indoctrination of the left. I understand. Getting that proof out, talking about that, showing that evidence, I'm with you. I get it. But at the same time, life is still happening. And more than one thing can be accomplished at once. We can talk about how Jimmy Kimmel lied to the public. That's misinformation. Remember all those Democrats that were screaming about the disinformation governance board under the Biden administration 2 years ago? Remember how they said that they need to punish and protect the public from people who would lie on the airwaves like Jimmy Kimmel did? Remember how they said that they wanted to get those people removed from the airways? In other words, fired like Jimmy Kimmel should be? And now today, those very same people like Elizabeth Warren are turning around saying, well, it's so unfair. First Amendment, Jimmy Kimmel should be able to say it. No, you were the one who said that if someone on the airways lies to the American public, they have to be removed. I agree. Jimmy Kimmel lied to the American people in a most insensitive way possible. to try and protect his political preferences. Rather, it wasn't something done out of ignorance. When he was speaking to the American people, he already knew that what he was saying in his monologue was a lie. He knew that we factually could prove that this guy was a leftist and that his reason for doing what he did, for the assassination, was because of leftist indoctrination. We already had the evidence. Not that anyone was really questioning it. It wasn't something that was in doubt. But Jimmy Kimmel lied on purpose. And he was held and is being held accountable. Donald Trump didn't get him fired. Jimmy Kimmel got Jimmy Kimmel filed. Jimmy Kimmel's politics is what put Jimmy Kimmel in hot water. And he's been there for a decade with declining ratings and growing multi-million-dollar losses year after year after year, just like Stephen Colbert. And Colbert is getting fired, but Colbert didn't screw up as big as Jimmy Kimmel did. That's why it's happening faster to Jimmy Kimmel than it is to Stephen Colbert. But they're political hacks. I'm not upset with them being removed. But because because the left is trying to use Jimmy Kimmel as the answer to Charlie Kirk. They're trying to say, see, it's the right is just as bad as the left. Look at what they did to Jimmy Kimmel, a multi-millionaire, a man who has made over $100 million for being on TV at night and to spew political propaganda. Yeah, he's not going to work anymore. Jimmy Kimmel isn't going into the poorhouse. Jimmy Kimmel isn't going to be homeless. It's not going to happen. He's got $100 million. He owns a mansion. He owns multiple cars. Trust me, he could live very, very well for the rest of his life without ever having to do anything else. And if he really was desperate, like he had some kind of crazy gambling addiction, he could just sell some of his property, some of his possessions, some of the luxuries that he has, and he'd have enough money to live like a king anywhere in America. Jimmy Kimmel is not hurting just because he got fired or suspended. He's not. There is no comparison. Charlie Kirk is dead. He was put into the ground today. His children will never see him. His wife is widowed. That is permanent, irreversible. There is no comparison between Charlie Kirk and Jimmy Kimmel. But Stephen Colbert wants you to believe that we're all Jimmy Kimmel. I am not a multimillionaire. I do not own a mansion. I don't have several vehicles. I'm not Jimmy Kimmel. Not in any sense of the word, from ideology to anything else. I'm not Jimmy Kimmel. No one I know. The Bronx is not Jimmy Kimmel. New York City is not Jimmy Kimmel. There are very few people in the world that would be the equivalent of Jimmy Kimmel. I have more in common with Charlie Kirk, absolutely, and many others who are political commentators than I will ever have with Jimmy Kimmel. So don't try that lie. They're trying to manipulate you to make you think Jimmy Kimmel is just like Charlie Kirk. Jimmy Kimmel being fired, possibly, is just like Charlie Kirk being killed. It's not. Not in any rational sense. But in the warped mind of the progressive movement, they're the same thing, or at least close enough that it doesn't matter. Because, it's about the First Amendment. What about Charlie Kirk's First Amendment? What about Charlie Kirk, the man who did nothing but speak about his beliefs and did so peacefully? Didn't he have a right? He had a right to live. Jimmy Kimmel can get another job tomorrow. Jimmy Kimmel can retire in the Bahamas for the rest of his life and then donate his money to anything he wants, to his kids and everyone else, and that will last for generations. Jimmy Kimmel is not a pauper. He's not suffering in any sense of the world. He might be a little embarrassed, but he's not suffering. Charlie Kirk's dead. With that said, Brian Kilmeade, just because I have all this vitriol for Jimmy Kimmel and what the left is trying to turn him into as a distraction for what they are responsible for the consequences of their actions that led to the death of Charlie Kirk, does not mean that Brian Kilmeade gets to have an out. He doesn't get a pass. I don't care that he's conservative or Republican. I don't care that the rest of the mainstream media doesn't want to talk about it. You can't find articles on this. You can't find video. It's almost non-existent. No one seems to know that this happened. And yes, Brian Kilmeade did apologize, which is better than Jimmy Kimmel. Jimmy Kimmel won't even apologize. And Brian Kilmeade did. But Brian, you're disingenuous. You apologized because you were forced to apologize. You apologized, and trust me, I saw the apology. It was so disingenuous. It was so insincere. It was not heartfelt. Not at all. No, he was doing it because his boss told him, say this. Say this now or you get fired. Say this now or we're going to replace you. He was doing it for selfish reasons. You could just listen to him. He was reading the teleprompter. That's all he was doing. He was just reading the teleprompter and saying whatever it said there because he actually believed what he said. He had passion when he said he wanted to kill the homeless. Passion was in his voice when he doubled down on killing the homeless in America. He had no passion when he said, I'm sorry, that I was being insensitive. When he downplayed the magnitude of what he was suggesting to millions of people across this country. So yeah, I would love to see Brian Kilmeade fired. He earned it, just like Jimmy Kimmel. And while Brian Kilmeade may not be worth $100 million, he's a multimillionaire himself. He's not going to be a pauper. We're not going to see him on the streets. Although the alternative, if he's not fired, and I kind of want this, and clip this, folks, share this with Fox News, if you will. Please, clip this next section, send it to Fox News for me. What I kind of want Brian Kilmeade to go through is he should be taken tomorrow, with nothing, just the clothes on his back, no money, no credit cards, no cell phone, nothing. Take him as he is, drop him off in any city, anywhere in America, and let him know that for the next month, no one will help him. He can't contact his family. He can't contact his friends. He can't call on anyone in the businesses that he knows or in the industry and media. No one's going to come and help him. If we have to put an act of law, then put an act of law that no one will help Brian Kilmeade for the next 30 days. He has to live on the streets just like any other homeless American. And he has to survive like any other homeless American. None of his wealth, none of his contacts will be able to help him for the next 30 days. And on day 31, more than happy, he can call anyone that he knows. Come pick me up. Come get me and bring me back to my home. I'm fine with that. But at least live 30 days. This isn't a life sentence. That doesn't mean he has to die. I don't want to take everything he has. Live 30 days with the homeless. Learn what it is to be homeless and learn why people are homeless. Learn to live like the other people and learn their stories while you are homeless alongside them. Then tell me that you want those people dead. Then tell me that you think they deserve to die. I'm not telling you that everyone who's homeless is some saint or a good person and they just had bad things happen. There are some bad people there. There are absolutely some bad people who are homeless. There are some crazy people that are homeless. That is true. But that doesn't mean they all are. And that doesn't define every person who's homeless or how they become homeless. Brian Kilmeade, you need a reality check desperately. You need someone to smack you with a bunch of reality. And I can't think of a better way to do that than to put you into a city by yourself with nothing but the clothes on your back and say, see you in 31 days. Have a great time. live and just let you survive like that. Now, I know you can survive it. I did. And I know there are millions of people who are surviving right now. You can survive. You just won't like it. But I think you should go through a little bit of discomfort to understand the magnitude of what you have said. I'm getting a message from my family, folks. Bear with me. I apologize, folks. I was just being told about my dog, Khan. Hey, Khan, come here. Khan is, it seems, having a problem. Come here. Come here. All right, fine. Forget you. He seems to, I don't know, digestive or something. He's having some kind of problem. So bear with me a moment. Because I did want to share with you the information about Brian Kilmeade, because no one's talking about it. The news media, again, the story came and went and no one's talking about it. And it's desperately important because no one should have to suffer in that way, especially for something as simple as just living. But bear with me. Where is it? What I'm looking to do is I need to just find a quick video. I'm going to very quickly walk out with my dog for a quick moment. Bear with me. I just need something real quick. Bear with me. Bear with me. There we go. Yep. Found something. Okay, this is just a short video. I just need to, so bear with me a moment, folks. I'm going to come right back. I just need to take care of my dog. It shouldn't be long. I got a short video here. I'm going to put that up for you, and then I'll be right back with you.
Hello, and thank you for joining us. This is No Soundbites Allowed, and I am your host, Michael Voss, Dragon in the Southern Tier. I'm happy to be here with you today, and I hope I will be here with you tomorrow. The reason I have to say that is based on a decision by YouTube recently, in fact, yesterday, September 29th, it is possible that our channel may be deleted. We may no longer be able to provide you commentary or any content, and that would be a shame. But we want to speak to you. We are not going to be cowed into silence. We're not going to be scared or bullied. We don't believe in the purification of thought that is ongoing right now by the internet overlords against the people of America and the world. And we're going to address that today, specifically about the pandemic medications and how this applies to you. Now, if this is the first time that you are joining us, we want to thank you and we welcome you to the channel. We want you to know that we do long-form political commentary. And every Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, we do a live stream. We reach out on YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, DLive, all the social media that the internet overlords will allow to be able to speak with you from anywhere in the world. And we do that because we believe in the First Amendment. We believe in the inalienable right of human beings to be able to have free speech. So whether your government agrees or not, whether the internet overlords agree or not, every Sunday at 2:30 p.m., we go live to speak with you, to take your calls, your chats, your tweets, to be able to hear your voice speaking about the issues that matter to us all. And we will continue to do that until the internet overlords completely shut us down, which may be imminent. We hope to see you on Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. We hope to still be here on Sunday at 2:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let's address this issue because it's a big deal. YouTube came out yesterday and made an announcement on September 29th stating that YouTube will block all anti-medication content. It's a very short statement. It's very simple. This is from Reuters. And they state, YouTube will block all anti-medication content, moving beyond its false information, its ban on false information about the pandemic medications to include content that contains misinformation about other approved medications, it said in its blog post on Wednesday. Now, if that sounds a little stilted, let me be very clear. I want to be very clear about something. I have to dance around the language and the words because YouTube will delete this channel. They have already hit this channel and struck us and silenced us for an entire week because we quoted the Honolulu Times, the AP News, and the Associated Press and Reuters. We were talking about an event in Arizona which involved an audit, and we were speaking about that, and we had done interviews with individuals who were involved in that process in Arizona. And I'd like to show you that video, except it was removed and our channel was silenced for an entire week. So we know that the censorship is real and it affects everyone. And if you say something that is not approved, well, the overlords of the internet will act swiftly. Parler was silenced, was removed overnight by Amazon. In fact, we saw people like in Twitter, and we can go back. This is not new. This has been happening for years. According to the BBC, Twitter algorithms were not always impartial. In their article, September 2018, 3 years ago, the then Twitter chief executive Jack Dorsey told U.S. lawmakers that his platform unfairly reduced the visibility of 600,000 accounts, including members of Congress. Don't think that this was an accident. These were algorithms created specifically to target certain words and certain users, and they blocked them. They silenced them. In some cases, they deleted these individuals, 600,000 of them, including members of Congress. We saw Twitter just in 2020 blocked and banned news publications. I believe it was the New York Post, for publishing information that on their research, a credible news organization put out information about the Hunter Biden laptop. That information, as we now know today, is absolutely correct and true. The evidence, it does exist. And it was Twitter that silenced those voices, that silenced that information. And they didn't stop in 2018. It isn't just in America in 2020. Because as we can see and this is from the India Today, it's reported on August 12th of 2021, the Indian Congress claims 5,000 accounts were blocked in talks with Twitter, and they are in talks with Twitter to resolve the issue. That individuals, especially elected officials in India, were being subjected to these lockouts, these censorship from Twitter in 2021. So this is something that is ongoing. It's happening in India. It's happening in Australia. It's happening in the United States. We see the internet overlords silencing voices they do not like and they do not want to hear. And don't think that YouTube is just new to this game, that they just started doing this, because that's not true either. As reported by CNBC, YouTube removed 1.6 million channels in 3 months alone in 2018, December of 2018, just over 3 years ago. And we know that in their reporting at the time, CNBC stated that YouTube, 79.6% of the content that they removed was because of spam, misleading content, or scams. 12.6% were removed because of nudity or sexual content. 1% were removed for violence, violent extremism, harassment, or hateful or abusive content, which is one of the biggest reasons why people watch, or one of the big things that people were watching YouTube for in 2018. What this article doesn't go into is the 6% of videos that remain. There's another 6% of videos that YouTube removed, content that they banned, that they deleted, accounts they removed. We don't know why. It wasn't because of spam. It wasn't because of any violations like child sexual exploitation. YouTube doesn't tell us. I can tell you what my opinion may be. It's because it wasn't puritanical thought. It wasn't a single voice, a voice that was approved by the management of Google and the other internet overlords. And I want you to understand that in just 3 months, the power of YouTube is so strong that they removed 50.2 million videos. That's millions of hours of content. God only knows how much of that was political content that YouTube decided to claim was misleading in its context. In other words, meaning that just like with Twitter, this is content they did not like. That content that they wanted to remove because it did not match the political preferences of the internet overlords. And this is troubling. And this is troubling because let's go to what the ACLU has to say about things like this. And I'm going to, in particular, the ACLU speaking about free speech on campuses. They say the First Amendment to the Constitution protects speech no matter how offensive is that comment. They go on to say a little bit later in the same article, but real social change comes from hard work to address the underlying causes of inequality and bigotry, not from purified discourse. See, that's the thing that gets me, and that's the thing that I'm afraid of. We are entering a time in the United States and through the internet and the internet overlords around the world where purified discourse, as stated by the ACLU, is the message of the day. You want to speak about critical race theory if you say that you don't agree with teaching children that if they're white, that they are privileged, and that if they are black, they're victims. If you don't agree with that, if you don't think children should be taught that, then you're a problem according to the internet overlords. That's misinformation. That's racism, which doesn't make sense to me. If you want to say that you have a disagreement, well, that's a problem. You can't disagree. You're the victim. You're the racist. You're the problem. That should trouble people. That should greatly trouble people. We've heard Maxine Waters go out, and we've reported on this program, where she goes out and she has said that if you do not, in the Derek Chauvin case, if you don't convict Derek Chauvin of crimes he was not charged with, well, then you're a racist. Well, that's not fair. That's not open discourse. That's not an opinion. That was a demand. And she encouraged rioting, which then occurred. We've seen people like Representative Sheila Jackson Lee with H.R. 127, which we have spoken about on this program previously, where she's using gun control and saying, well, if you want to own a gun, then you're a dangerous person. That we have to be protected from firearms, that women need to be denied this right, that the poor need to be denied this right, and it should be priced out of their ability to protect themselves. That's what HR 127 has said, and we've provided that coverage. We've heard people like Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez and Cori Bush say that, well, income inequality, that we need to increase the taxing of the rich, that we need to defund cities. And if you disagree with them, well, then you're a racist. If you're supporting police, you're a racist. Meanwhile, in every single city, 22 cities, all of them Democrat run, all of them run by Democrats for decades, if not longer, each and every one of them has had a significant, and in some cases, exponential increase in the amount of homicides and gun violence because there's fewer police. In fact, Cori Bush, the increase in crime was so much, Cori Bush paid $70,000 to be able to have a private security to protect her because the police were defunded in Minneapolis. You can't say, oh, well, Cori Bush is wrong, that defunding the police is wrong. You can't come out and say that you disagree with Maxine Waters, that you disagree with critical race theory. And you especially cannot say that you disagree with the pandemic medications unless you're certain special people. Then you can say and do anything you want. And I'm about to prove that for you. So let me be very clear here. YouTube, they want to claim, and the internet overlords like to claim, that they're doing this to protect you. Notice everything that I'm speaking about is to protect you. You know, when we hear about defunding the police, that's to protect you. When we hear about critical race theory, that's to protect you. When we hear about the pandemic medications, that's to protect you. Everything is being done to protect you. And the internet overlords are trying to preserve that protection. So that's why they're going to keep away misinformation from certain people that don't agree with the outcome that they want on a political basis. That's not exactly what you call freedom. In fact, that's not what I call freedom at all. That's not called protection. That's called authoritarianism, in our opinion, on this channel. And we have to cite and remember that the internet overlords in the United States are extremely protected. There is 47 U.S. Code Section 230, protection for private blocking and screening of offensive material. This is the law that protects the internet overlords. It allows them to claim they don't edit anything. They're not editors like the New York Times. No. They're just a platform that people put their ideas on. If they're only a platform, then why is it that they're editing? That they would come out with a rule, as we see today, that they're saying they're going to ban certain content. They don't believe in they have a ban on misinformation, and they're going to remove content and individuals because they are providing information about the pandemic medications. That's something that an editor would do. That's not information that a platform would do. A platform lets you speak. But a editor, well, they pick and choose the content that you get to say. They get to do exactly what the ACLU is opposed to, which is purified discourse. In fact, under 47 U.S. Code Section 230, what you see is the internet and other interactive computer services offer a forum for true diversity of political discourse, unique opportunities for cultural development, and myriad avenues for intellectual activity. This is coming from the United States government. This is what the Congress believes, that is the purpose of the internet, to be able to be true, to offer true diversity of political ideas, to be able to give people to be introduced to different cultures, and to have intellectual activity. In other words, to do what the ACLU is saying, to avoid purified discourse. We're supposed to have differences of opinion. In fact, that's one of the great things about the United States, why millions of people legally and illegally try and enter our nation every year, because we can speak about our government. We can criticize our elected officials. We can criticize the judgments of our government. We can say things like, General Miley, in my opinion, has committed treasonous actions when he called up China and said explicitly that he would tell them if a conflict was about to start, giving them forewarning and endangering American military lives. I can say that in the United States without having the secret police knock on my door. That's becoming less and less true as we go day by day, because the internet overlords believe in purified speech. A lot of people may be aware, for the last month, I have been covering, and almost exclusively covering, news. And when I say exclusive, I mean I'm the only news media source in the southern tier of New York that is covering protests and fundraisers for healthcare workers. The news media won't show up. They showed up once, and they said that our doctors, our nurses, our healthcare workers are disgruntled workers. That's what they called it, disgruntled workers. Well, I've been to 3 protests that have occurred so far. I went to a fundraiser for the lawsuit to protect the jobs of doctors, nurses, and healthcare workers. I have interviews with doctors and nurses and healthcare workers saying they want to work, they don't want to have a pandemic mandated medication. That's the only thing they ask for. They do not want to be mandated to have a pandemic medication. They want to work. They are, in fact, working. And they are working overtime. They are overloaded with work. It is a fact that the United States is short 1.8 million healthcare workers. That's doctors, nurses, and other healthcare providers. We are short. That was in 2019, before the pandemic hit. We remain short the number of doctors, nurses, and healthcare workers that we need. The world is short the number of these healthcare workers that we need. And we have just seen that on Monday, that Governor Hochul came out and she increased the problem in New York State. She has increased she has reduced the level of care and the quantity of care that New York residents can receive, because she fired 30,000 individuals. She fired 30,000 doctors, nurses, nursing assistants, and healthcare workers overnight. And this is a negative. And we know that this is having an impact because we see Steve McLaughlin, amongst many, many other individuals, both accredited, certified individuals on YouTube, as well as elected officials, and he is an elected official, speaking as a private citizen, and he states on September 30th at 6:42 a.m., procedures and surgeries are getting delayed and canceled all over New York, and it's only day 3 of Hochul care, of a pandemic medication. The healthcare workers, who are very informed, who are very aware, refuse. And this is why this channel may be deleted. This is why we may not see this channel exist anymore, is because we have presented the fact that these are healthcare workers who have been working and want to continue to work. They're not disgruntled. They're not trying to not work. They haven't left their jobs. They were fired. They were removed. Their religious and medical exemptions were ignored. Now appointed Governor Hochul has said, well, this will not have an impact, that we will get National Guard troops, members who have medical qualifications to try and take over. Well, that doesn't answer the question. You see, that's the same pool of people, the doctors and nurses and healthcare workers that are in New York State, that have jobs, that are part of the National Guard, which is a part-time position. They're already serving the public. They're already taking care of healthcare. And New York still had a shortage. And taking those individuals and shuffling through them around New York State does not increase the care of New York State. It just hides the problem by taking care of little hotspots that the news media is talking about. It isn't a net increase of doctors and nurses and healthcare workers. It doesn't remove the 30,000 individuals that we lost. She's not fixing the problem. We didn't add doctors, nurses, and healthcare workers. We're just shuffling them around the state. And as a result of that, we are seeing that the public is being denied surgeries and procedures. And this is having an impact on our healthcare. And to say that, to point out this fact and the obvious consequences of this, well, that may get this channel removed. What content isn't considered misinformation? I want you to listen to this very carefully. This is Kamala Harris. This is October 7th on NBC News in 2020. And I want you to hear this.
If the Trump administration approves a vaccine before or after the election, should Americans take it, and would you take it?
If the public health professionals, if Dr. Fauci, if the doctors tell us that we should take it, I'll be the first in line to take it. Absolutely. But if Donald Trump tells us that we should take it, I'm not taking it.
So isn't that misinformation? Isn't that promoting the pandemic medication hesitancy? Because a woman of color who is at the time was seeking and has since gained one of the most powerful seats of power in the world, not just the nation, but the world, having the second most powerful position in the United States, she just told people, well, I don't trust it. She doesn't trust it because it has the name of a political, an elected political leader. And so she's telling people, as a woman of color, as an elected official, as someone seeking one of the most powerful seats in the nation, oh, well, you shouldn't trust that. And people listened. People voted on that basis. It's one of the reasons why she won, because people were listening to her as she said, no, I don't trust that. And I have to ask, if that is, doesn't that qualify for YouTube as misinformation? Should NBC shouldn't this video be removed? Shouldn't NBC be removed because they provided this misinformation? And that's separate of the misinformation they had about the Hunter Biden laptop that was true, and we know is a fact, that they denied at the time in October when it came out. Okay, you say, well, Mike, that's just one case. That's just NBC. It's
Hey there, everyone. Okay, sorry. Somewhat of a false alarm. Somewhat of a false alarm for my dog. My dog is 14 years old, which is 98 years in human years. So he's old. He is definitely old. And it seemed like it was an emergency, wound up not being an emergency. So I'm happy about that. So that's good news. Okay. I just had to take care of my dog. I still want to talk about, and I appreciate everyone who put up with my emergency there, taking care of my dog. I appreciate and thank you for putting up with that. I wanted to grab a quick couple of comments, and then I want to jump into Jasmine Crockett and then Barack Obama. And also RFK Jr., and the bomb threat. Let's see. So Shelley says, I don't know any Democrats who act like Democrats in office, nor Republicans who act like they're elected officials. Most vote for who comes closest to their beliefs. That used to be true, but nowadays, I don't think that's correct. I mean, I look at people like Jasmine Crockett. She doesn't represent the people. She's a caricature of the people that she represents in Texas. She's not genuine at all. I mean, she's a well-educated lawyer, and she prefers to be a minstrel show for Democrats, making fun of poor black people, essentially. And so I don't think that's representative anymore. We could say the same thing about Richie Torres. He doesn't know anything about the people in the New York 15th district, my district. He's never here. No one ever sees him. No one knows who he is. That's how little he spends time in the Bronx talking to people in the Bronx or being in the Bronx, living our lives. Same thing with AOC. You can say about, well, Ilhan Omar, she probably represents the Dearborn, Michigan sect, but that's about it. So I don't know if that's still true as much. Let's see. Shelley asks, do you have any opinion on NACA, N-A-C-A? It's an organization that helps people get a home and provide rental assistance through creating affordable housing. I don't know that. I don't know that organization. But on the face of it, by your description, it sounds like something that I would support. I do support many programs, small programs, local programs throughout a good part of New York that help the poor, that help, more importantly, the homeless, veterans as well. So it's something that I would look into supporting. Absolutely. I have no problem with that, especially if they do what you say. Shelley goes on to say, I was homeless twice for very short periods of time. My friends called Adult Protective Services on me, and they found me affordable housing. Thank God. You know, communities are one of the best things. Again, what ended my homelessness? Someone helped me. They didn't take pity on me. They didn't give me money or food. They gave me a job. And that was the thing that got me out of being homeless. They gave me a job, and I had a floor to sleep on, actually a couch. I was able to sleep on a couch and to be able to get a job, even though I didn't have an address and the company didn't care. And so that's how I got back on my feet. They took a chance on me, and it worked out. Worked for them, worked for me. I was able to get a bank account, was able to get my checks cashed and to save up my money. And that led me to going back. You know, I got my feet back on the ground. I got a job that led to a better job that led to me coming back to New York State. And I eventually got a house. I became a stockbroker. It's because someone helped me. And that's the best way to help people with homelessness, is for someone to help them, a community to help them. And without that help, people get into that loop and it gets bad. But in no way, shape, or form is Brian Kilmeade correct in his solution, which is just kill people. That's abhorrent. And yeah, he should be fired for that. He should be fired. Let's see. Grace says, do you think this is the beginning of the end of late night talk shows as we know it in America? The beginning of the end was when the Scotsman, oh God, I forget his name now, who had the late show, when he came off of air, that was it. When we got Jimmy Fallon and Seth Meyers, I think his name is, and we got Jimmy Fallon and Jimmy Kimmel and Colbert, they were all horrible. They were the end of it. They brought propaganda into the late night television show, something that everyone before them had pretty much avoided. I mean, Letterman towards the end got a little bit into politics, but mostly he avoided that. All of them avoided it. Not that they didn't take pot shots at every president and all political sides, but it's when we got the Jimmy Fallons, the Jimmy Kimmels, we got the Stephen Colberts. Once we got into that realm, all of a sudden it became propaganda all the time. It was all pro-Democrat, pro-progressive, obey and say nothing politics. And it stopped being funny. It stopped being entertaining. It stopped being good. And what? Oh, I have to see it for the trailers. No, you don't. You can go to YouTube. You'll see the trailers. They're all over on social media. I don't need late night for that. Oh, I need to see a comedian. Again, you got social media. I can find any comedian I want anywhere in the world doing their best work all the time. So don't need late night for that. What do we need late night TV for? something to go to sleep to, I can go and pop on any social media out there. Their end was they stopped being funny, they stopped being relatable, and they became propaganda machines for their political agendas. And that, who wants that? I don't want to go to sleep to that. I deal with nothing but politics all day long, every day for 20 years. I don't want to deal with, when I'm going to sleep, I don't want to be watching more politics. I don't. I make a point of watching something completely different. I usually watch anime or a manga or something about sci-fi. I do not watch politics when I go to sleep. I deal with it all day long. So, and I enjoy politics. So I can't imagine what regular people are doing. So that killed them. Jimmy Kimmel can pull a Bill Maher and go on HBO. No, he can't. Bill Maher is entertaining. Bill Maher is intelligent. Bill Maher is politically adept. Bill Maher is very selfish in his politics. He will blame whichever side. He doesn't like Republicans at all. He hates Donald Trump, but he will point out the flaws in Democrats and progressives when it's blatantly obvious and the winds of the public. He's very adept at noticing the tide change in public interest, and he'll amp up his anti-progressive rhetoric on certain issues when the public turns against it. But he's very consistently anti-right leaning individuals. He's anti-conservative thought. He's smart and he's popular and he's charismatic. He's intelligent, kind of like Jon Stewart the first time when he had the Comedy Central, when he was on Comedy Central with the Jon Stewart Daily Show. The first run, he was very smart. He was very intelligent. He picked on both sides, predominantly against Republicans and conservatives, but he picked on Democrats occasionally when it was blatantly obvious they deserved it. And so you could appreciate that. And he was intelligent. He knew what he was talking about. He knew how to make fun of serious topics. So he did a great job. Jimmy Kimmel isn't any of that. So no, he's done. But again, he already made $100 million. He already owns a mansion. Does he care? If he continues, if he, as is reported, that he goes onto YouTube to be like Don Lemon, someone who has no real audience, you see all the people on the left, they get kicked out of, or they finally push themselves out of their cushy corporate jobs, and they go onto the internet because they think, hey, I'll be a YouTuber. It's easy. Look, Mike Voss is doing it. It can't be that hard. Yeah, it is. Yeah, it is. Can't be that hard to get an audience. Yeah, it is. Because you're really not popular. You're just filling a slot. And because you have the full weight of a corporation like Disney behind you, yeah, you're international. Take away Disney, and what are you? Well, you turn into Don Lemon, and Don Lemon isn't really popular. And neither would be Jimmy Kimmel. He has something like 20 people in his writer's room. He's not funny. He can't do this on his own. He tried it along with Kimmel and the rest of them. They went on YouTube, the five late night hosts, and they all flopped. Jimmy Kimmel can't pull it off. So no, this is the end of his career, I think. Let me see here. Let me catch up with the last of the comments. Shelley says, I'm being called a Republican because I doubted the validity of Kimmel's video. I used to record in the same studio as he did in college. When you say doubted the validity of his comment, I'm not sure what you mean. I'm not sure what that means. You doubted the validity. But look, I'm not upset that Kimmel was, if you mean doubted the validity, that you correctly agreed with everyone and the evidence that the shooter is a leftist and that the indoctrination of the left is why he killed Charlie Kirk, then you're like most Americans. And if someone says, well, that makes you a Republican, that's just ignorant. That's stupid. That's like the people who say that J.K. Rowling is a conservative or a Republican because her feminist values say that a woman is a woman. That's stupid. The people who say something like that, they have no understanding of politics. They don't know. And it's fine. You don't have to understand politics. But if you don't know anything about politics, don't act like you do. Don't presume. Say, I don't know. Say, I don't follow that. I don't understand. I don't understand the depth of it. I've had to do that, well, more so in the first 10 years of me doing political commentary. But yeah, sometimes like with NACA, the NACA, sometimes there's an issue or an organization, and I have to say, or a term that's being used, and I have to say, I don't know. I don't know everything in politics. I don't follow what's happening in every single nation, but I do follow the big stories, like in Nepal and what's happening there, where the youth, Gen X, actually stood up and said, well, excuse me, it was Gen Z, stood up and started a revolution. Now that revolution continued because of the problems in their nation and the problems that the socialist government had created, the oppressive nature of that government. But it was started by Gen Z, and it's a very newsworthy story to talk about and to reflect on. Could that happen in the United States? It won't. I don't think Gen Z in the United States will ever get there because they're too pampered. They're too entitled. And America, for all of our faults, we're not oppressive like Nepal is. We're not oppressive like Cuba or North Korea or China. We're not an oppressive nation. The left likes you to feel like it's oppressive. That's part of the indoctrination. But if you have gone to any other country in the world, you know it's not true. It's not even close. I mean, think about it. The Black people in America. Today is the African American parade, and that's just stupid to me, but whatever. There's a Black American parade today in New York City. Okay. Black people, as much as the left wants you to say, well, Black people are oppressed, we're the richest Black people in the planet, in the entire planet. We make up less than 15% of all Black people on the planet, and we are richer than everyone. There is no one close. By any metric you want to compare, in terms of luxury items, in terms of upward mobility, in terms of middle class, in terms of poverty, are poor, are rich across the world. And even more so, the chasm of difference is even larger if you're comparing it to any Black nation, like any nation in Africa. We're just richer, and we have more luxuries, and we have more freedoms. But yet we're supposed to be oppressed. Compared to who? Really, who are you comparing us to? Because if you compare us to Mozambique or to Chad or to Niger or to Uganda, you want to compare America to any other Black nation, we are phenomenally doing well. But they have to make you feel oppressed so that you will fight against your own best interests. You will fight for socialism that will give you nothing greater than what you have, and in fact will take from you rather than give you anything. They have to lie. So it's just something about that. Let's see. Shelley says, I told pollsters who claimed that they saw Trump saying this live to show me the live, and they started calling me every name in the book. I told posters who claimed that they saw Trump saying this live to show me the live and started calling me every name in the book. I gave them each 1 hour to show proof. Crickets. Okay, so they said that this was a made-up lie by Trump. Again, they know nothing about what they're talking about. They know what they're told by someone in their echo chamber, like on Blue Sky. Someone on Blue Sky says, it's fake. It's all fake. It's all about the First Amendment. It's just Trump. He's just being evil and mean. That's like when we started the show today, talking about the Illinois 9th District, talking about Kat Abu, and she lied. Oh my God, they were attacking me because of my First Amendment rights. No, they weren't. You were breaking the law, trying to stop ICE from doing their job, and you got thrown on your ass for it. Guess what? You should have been arrested. but she was doing it to get arrested. It was a virtue signal. And she clipped the video so it looks more violent and like something happened to her. They didn't hurt her. They didn't silence her. They didn't even stop her from protesting. They just got her out of her way. That's not oppressing her. That's not silencing her First Amendment. They got her out of the way so they could do their job. She broke the law and they let her get away with it. And she's trying to use that as leverage. Again, these are people who don't know about politics, don't know these games that are played, and they only see that 15-second clip, and they don't understand that there was a minute before and a minute after that tells an entirely different story in context. They don't know that there is a context to be understood because all of their news media only gives them about 30 seconds to understand a big issue. So you got to take that with a grain of salt. Okay. So that being said, let me catch back up to what I was going to talk. I was going to talk about, here it is. Where is it? Jasmine Crockett. So we talked about Brian Kilmeade, who should be fired. Whoops. How'd that happen? There we go. Okay. So another thing that many people overlooked this week, because we've been focused almost entirely on what's happening with Charlie Kirk, as we should be. But Jasmine Crockett is on video. And again, remember when I said there's a disconnect between these politicians and reality? That they say things just to get elected because they want power. And they're not serious. And they're not connected to their communities. And they don't know what's going on. Jasmine Crockett is a wonderful example of that. Jasmine Crockett said, and I will quote, "Just because someone has committed a crime," okay, let's stop there. If someone commits a crime, they are a criminal. That's the definition of a criminal. Someone who commits a crime. This is basic English. This is like 5th grade English. This is not some difficult term. It is not some complex philosophy that you have to go into college and get a master's degree to be able to understand. This is simple logic. People who are illiterate understand what a criminal is. A criminal is someone who commits a crime. And Jasmine Crockett, who is an attorney, knows this. It is beyond basic. She's a lawyer. She knows a person who commits a crime is a criminal. Okay, but here she is, and she said, this is back on September 18th, said just because someone committed a crime, it doesn't make them a criminal. Yes, it does. By definition, yes, it does. It is an absolute fact that if you commit a crime, you are a criminal. But Jasmine is trying to, again, spin this. I don't know who she's trying to represent. Criminals, apparently. She wants to help the MS-13 gangs because they're criminals and she wants to help them. Well, just because they're sex slaving, they're selling child slaves, just because they're importing drugs and fentanyl and people are dying, doesn't mean that they're drug dealers and slavers. No, no, no. How dare you? You just don't like brown-skinned people. It doesn't matter that they're selling children into slavery. It doesn't matter that they're selling women into sexual slavery. It doesn't matter that they're selling fentanyl, that getting 100,000 people killed in a year due to overdoses. No, no, no. You are such a Republican. You're so conservative. You're a Trumpster and a MAGA if you dare to say MS-13 are criminals. I dare to say MS-13 are criminals. Yes. Yeah, they are. Absolutely. Jasmine Crockett, you're an idiot. You know better. She's a lawyer. She knows for a fact that what she said is a blatant, abject lie. Under any scrutiny you want to put it into, she's lying. And I'm trying to figure out who's she trying to help. She goes on to say, I understood what was kind of pushing them there. And so I do want people to know that just because someone has committed a crime, it doesn't make them a criminal. Being a criminal is more about your mindset. Committing a crime can come for a lot of different reasons. I want you to understand that. So it's a mindset. Being a criminal. So again, when the MS-13 gang is selling women for slavery, for sexual slavery, it's a mindset. They're not slavers because they don't think of themselves as slavers. They think of themselves as a boys' club, as just a group of guys that hang out together. They're not a gang, even though they have, drive-by shootings on a regular basis, even though they extort people for money, even though they kill people. They're not bad guys because they don't have a mindset of being a criminal or a killer or a slaver. And because they don't have the mindset, well, according to Jasmine Crockett, we can't convict them in a court of law. Hey, you know what? The killer of Charlie Kirk didn't have the mindset of being a bad guy. They didn't assassinate Charlie Kirk for bad reasons. He's not a criminal. Let him go free. That's Jasmine Crockett. That's her defense. That's her argument. It's stupid. It is stupid. Point blank, absolutely stupid. It makes no sense. She is doing this to virtue signal. She is doing this to raise money from Democrat donors that are like, look at her. She's a good black woman. Give her some money. She's a minstrel show. That statement is a minstrel show. And she is quoted. We know that she said this. That was September 18th that she said this. It's mind-boggling. Mind-boggling. And yet, she's an elected official. How and why, I don't know. Because she's a yes woman for the Democratic Party? Because she will dance to the tune of whatever Democrats and progressives want so that she gets paid, so that she can be a member of Congress? It is embarrassing that people like her are in our political system. She is such a fraud, and no one is talking about this. No one is covering this news. This should be bigger news, and it is irrefutable. It is irrefutable. Being a criminal is a mindset. No, it's not. It's an action. Being a criminal is an action, a voluntary action. You decide to break the law, and that makes you a criminal. And as a criminal, you can get punished. The consequence is that you will be punished, maybe put in jail, maybe pay a fine, maybe both. That is the system. That is reality. I don't know where Jasmine Crockett lives. She's in, I don't know where she is. She's got this magical world that she lives in where, I don't think I'm a bad person, so you're not a bad person. That's like a Disney movie from the 1960s. It's not anything like reality. And she needs to be called out for this. But the problem is, if I say, well, Jasmine Crockett is an idiot, and this is proof of her being an idiot, then I'm a bad guy because, well, you just don't like black women. No, I just don't like Jasmine Crockett. And you're just picking on her because you hate black women. No, I hate what Jasmine Crockett is doing and saying. But the left will turn it into, well, you're an ist and a phobe, because they have to. Because otherwise they'd have to admit, well, yeah, what she just said is stupid. She's an idiot. She's a DEI hire, just like Ketanji Jackson Brown, the Supreme Court justice, who is so bad at her job that even Sotomayor, Justice Sotomayor, had to denounce her and throw her under a bus because she's a raving idiot. She's an activist. Ketanji Jackson Brown is an activist. She's not a Supreme Court justice. She doesn't know what she's doing. She's horrible at her job. And even Sotomayor, an absolute leftist Supreme Court justice who I disagree with on a regular basis, even she understands how bad Ketanji Jackson Brown is because she's a DEI hire. She only got the job because she filled out the right check boxes. That's it. It's not because she's qualified. I'm not saying that Ketanji Jackson Brown is stupid, just like I can't say that Jasmine Crockett is stupid. They're not. They have law degrees. One of them's a judge. I can't say they're stupid, but I can say they're acting stupidly. I can say they are unqualified for the positions that they hold. I can say they're dishonest and disreputable and do not deserve the positions that they hold. And that both of them are only in elected office, only are in politics because of their checkbox DEI position. That's it. And that should upset people. Not that I'm an ist or a phobe, that they're going to call me no matter what because they know nothing about what I'm saying, because they know nothing about the subject at hand, and they're not willing to spend 10 minutes on Google, on their cell phone, or on an AI and look up what are these people saying? What did they do? They don't want to spend 5 minutes doing it. Oh my God, I'd have to stop watching the Housewives of I Don't Give a Damn. I'd have to stop watching LeBron James bounce a ball. I'd have to watch something and actually work at it. I'd have to pay attention and do something. Well, yeah, you do. You really, really should. But, you know, that's me being upset about that. Let me see here. So, I mean, Jasmine Crockett, this deserved more attention. I'll give you something else that deserves more attention. And let me show you what I'm talking about here. So here's something. I want you to go, anyone, if you want to, go right now and you can put into Google, just as I did, and refresh, just as I did, RFK Jr. bomb threat. Pretty straightforward. Pretty exact terms. You know exactly what I'm looking for. RFK Jr. and a story about a bomb threat. Should be, you saw it was instantaneous. Matter of fact, I'll even refresh it once again. There we go. Took not even a second, not even half a second for Google to come up with the terms. Okay, and we've got first story, Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr.'s residence in Washington, D.C., his home, received a bomb threat on Friday. That's pretty big news. Someone tried to assassinate or threatened to blow up RFK Jr., the secretary of HHS, the guy in charge of the CDC. This is big news. That's a political assassination. That is a threat of a political assassination. This was a former United States presidential candidate. This is big news. This is a massive story. So you would expect NBC, ABC, CBS, CNN, MS Now, or whatever the hell they call themselves. You'd expect the major mainstream media would be covering this. And there would be a bunch of people on YouTube and on Rumble and on X talking about this story. Okay, so there's one story from a day ago. The next story is RFK Jr. and Pam Bondi traveled to Chicago. That has nothing to do with a bomb threat. The next story, bomb threat close to Rochester Catholic School. Well, that is a bomb threat. It has nothing to do with RFK Jr. That was 2 weeks ago. 2 weeks ago. That's not important. Texas Democrat evacuated from Illinois hotel after bomb threat. That was a month ago. Also has nothing to do with RFK Jr. RFK torn to shreds for canceling vaccine research. That's a month ago. It has nothing to do with a bomb threat. That's ridiculous. Let's see. The Guardian. Trump's pick for new administration are focus of bomb threats and swatting. That's from 2024. November 27th, 2024, the left, losing their minds because they lost the election, decided to throw bomb threats against Elise Stefanik and all of the rest of the Trump administration before they ever took office, before they knew what Donald Trump or the administration were going to do. Just because they were Republicans and just because they supported Donald Trump the left wanted to bomb them to death. That should tell you something about the left. Before they did anything, just because they were going to take power, the left was willing to bomb them, including a mother and her children. Are we surprised about Charlie Kirk? That's the environment we were in. The left was so anti-Trump, anti-MAGA, anti-right that they lost an election, and their response was, we want to bomb you. We want to threaten your life. We want you and your children in fear. Just because you won. Just because Americans, including Democrats, voted for you, we want you dead. We want you in fear and in terror. Are we surprised that Charlie Kirk got assassinated? And that isn't because of Trump. That has nothing to do with Trump. That's the left. That's Antifa. That's the indoctrination. By the way, none of that has anything to do with RFK Jr. getting a bomb threat in Washington, D.C. on Friday. Nothing to do with Friday's news. And as you can see, this is the first page. This is big news. The mainstream media had nothing to say. Mainstream media skipped it. Let's see what's on page 2 of the Google search. No, 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 no. Hey, how about we just look for, CBS? Nope. Today.com? Nope. CBS? No. Third page of the Google search. No. 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 3 pages into a Google search that was instantaneous, that is hyper specific. One story. One news story. No one in the mainstream media is covering this. Look, you don't have to like RFK Jr. I'm not telling you to like RFK Jr. I don't care if you do or you don't. You may think he's great as the Secretary of Health and Human Services. You may think he's horrible at the job. You may think he's doing a great job with the CDC, or you may think it's horrible. That's your personal choice. I personally think he's doing a great job of making sure that the jab is not mandated, especially on children who absolutely 1000% don't need it. Don't need it at all. I agree with that. You may have different opinions. That's your choice. Your medical choice is your right, your freedom. And he isn't stopping you from getting it. He's not stopping you from giving the jab to your kid. He's just saying that it's not a requirement. And you may not like that. You may think everyone should be forced by the government to do something that you want. Just understand you're being an authoritarian. That is an authoritarian point of view. You're being a dictator because you want to force your feelings and your impression of medical history onto someone else. RFK is just saying, it's your choice. It's up to you. Make your own decision. Big difference there. And for that, he's getting a bomb threat. And no one in the mainstream news media wants to talk about it. I just showed you live. They don't want to talk about it. It's a day ago. That was Friday. This is Sunday. Somebody should be talking about that. Nobody is. They ignored this. Now, as it turned out, no, there was no bomb. It doesn't matter if there's a bomb. If someone was doing this to see what the reaction would be, whether they would get away with it. In fact, this is an implicit approval. The mainstream media said, we're not going to talk about that. Oh, RFK gets bombed? Yeah, okay. We'll let that go. We're not going to tell people about that crime. That's like saying, go do it. That is an implicit approval from the mainstream news media. This should have been covered. The fact that it isn't being covered is ridiculous. And, you have to go to someone like Newsmax here, did cover it. RFK, this is from Friday. Bomb threat at RFK's Georgetown home. Newsmax is not as big as ABC, CBS, NBC. They're not as big as CNN or MSNBC. They're not the biggest, most credible news agency in the world. But that's the one I could find. That's one of the biggest credible news sources I could find covering this story. Because they don't care. Because they don't like RFK Jr. Because he was a Democrat. And by the way, he still is a Democrat. He's not a Republican. He's not a conservative. He's not a libertarian. Oh, God, he's not a libertarian. I know this for a fact. Oh, sorry. I didn't show you. I switched screens. There it is. This is from Newsmax. And so he's not a libertarian. Ask the libertarians. They'll be very clear about that. All the libertarians I know will be like, no, he's not a libertarian. They like some of the things he's doing. He's not a libertarian. He's not a Republican. I'll tell you directly. He's a Democrat. If anything, he's a somewhat progressive. He's a moderate progressive Democrat. That's where, if you're looking at RFK and where he fits on the map, that's where he is in politics. He is a moderate progressive Democrat. But because he dared to say something that wasn't approved beforehand, he's the bad guy. And the left, when someone does something that's not approved, especially if they're political, especially if they have attention, the left wants to silence them. Threatening to bomb his home with his family is a threat. Shut up or else. And how many times? Think about it. How many times did Charlie Kirk get threatened, death threats on a regular basis? And then it happened. And look at this. And we see death threats against the Trump administration. And they tried to assassinate him 3 times. 3 times he had assassination attempts. One very nearly killed him. How many more do we have to wait for? This is what the left does. This is what the left is. They are violent and they want to silence any opposition. Republicans don't want to do that. Conservatives don't want to do that. Other than people like Brian Kilmeade. Yeah, we have our one-off. Yeah, we got Brian Kilmeade. Absolutely, I'll give you that. He wants to kill the homeless. Okay, you're right. And I want him punished just as much as I want the left to be punished. I want Brian Kilmeade punished. Because like most people on the right, I want the law to be enforced. We can debate about what the law is. But if the law exists, I want it enforced. Period. Full stop. No argument. If it's a bad law, we'll replace the law. If it's a good law, we keep the law. We enforce the law as it's written, whether you like it or not. And trust me, there's been a lot of laws I don't like Obamacare, that came from the left that I would love to see repealed. I think has been detrimental to the country, and yet it's still there. But I'm not going to burn down New York City or the Bronx. I'm not going to go out and destroy businesses just because I think Obamacare has been a complete and absolute failure. And of course, the data, all of the data you could look at shows that Obamacare is a complete and absolute failure. It has failed on every promise the Democrats said that it would do. All of them. It has successfully done nothing right. It has cost people money, and it didn't reduce or even slow down the increase in the cost of healthcare. It did nothing that was promised except increase the amount of national debt and force more people to give the government more control over their healthcare. That's it. And yet, the right, Republicans, conservatives, libertarians, third party, we're not burning down cities. What a shocking thing. Charlie Kirk got assassinated. We didn't burn down cities. Donald Trump nearly got assassinated. 3 times. We didn't burn down cities. The left burns down cities. At the drop of a hat, they will have a riot anywhere and everywhere instantly. It's just very upsetting, folks. Here's something, and I'm glad this didn't come through. This didn't happen. There was a concern because, what do you know? A leftist was trying to get into the Charlie Kirk funeral. Now, this was on Friday, ahead of them setting up everything for the funeral. This guy tried to break in. He tried to break in. He's dressed as a fake policeman. Where did that idea come from? Oh, yeah, the Democrat that was killing other Democrats in Minnesota. Do you remember that? The guy who killed Hortman, the Hortman family, who was a Democrat, upset that other Democrats didn't vote leftist enough. He was dressed as a police officer. Well, that's what this guy did. He was dressed as a police officer, and he was searching around trying to find where everything would be. Sounds like another assassination attempt. Now, I'm speculating on that part. It sounds like someone who was scoping out the grounds, either as part of a team or as an individual, to try and do something nefarious, and he got caught. Hopefully that means that if it was with accomplices, the accomplices were scared away and said, we're never going to do this. Oh my God, that was so dangerous. And I still want them to be investigated and possibly thrown in jail for a conspiracy to commit a crime, to commit murder. But we'll see. But the mainstream news media didn't tell you that this even happened. They didn't tell you there was another leftist running around trying to evaluate if they could assassinate possibly Trump, possibly J.D. Vance, maybe Erica Kirk, or any of the other people who were speaking at the event, giving their condolences for the loss of this father and this husband, this great businessman, and yes, a political commentator. You didn't hear any news about that, did you? No, you didn't. You didn't hear news about that. You should have, but it wasn't popular. It wasn't a big deal. You know what you might hear about? You might hear about this. And this news is about Letitia James. Oh my God. Donald Trump was going to fire the district attorney that was responsible to try and figure out, is Letitia James guilty? Now, we know for a fact Letitia James had her name on the deed. She's buying a house that required, and the documents show that she said she was a resident of Virginia. And she, by law, could only be the Attorney General of New York if her residence is New York. So she materially lied. She made a factual lie on the document, regardless of anything and everything else. She said, I live in Virginia. She actually lives in New York. Now, no matter which way you want to look at it, if she lives in Virginia, then she cannot be the Attorney General of New York. That is a fraud. She needs to go to jail. If she is a resident of New York, then she lied on the mortgage document to get a preferred rate. That is a fraud, and that is something that she can get punished for. And she's fully aware because she's the Attorney General. She knows exactly what she was saying and signing. Therefore, she knowingly committed fraud. She should be arrested and thrown in jail. Either way, she committed a crime. The question is only, which crime did she commit? That's it. We have the data. We know, we have the documents. We know that one way or another, Letitia James committed a crime. There was a prosecutor. He refused to move forward. I don't understand why. He had two options. Either way, there's a crime. She can be put in jail. He said, I don't want to do it. Said, I just can't find a way to figure out how to convict her. I just figured it out. I am not an attorney. I found 2 ways to convict Letitia James based on publicly available documentation. 2 laws in New York and in Virginia. She committed crimes cross state lines. That makes it interstate, which makes it federal. So I have 2 sets of laws. She violated one of them. I can get a conviction on that. I'm not an attorney. The prosecutor on the case said, I can't figure it out. I can't figure it out for the life of me. Donald Trump said, if you can't figure that out, then you don't need this job. And he was going to fire him. So before Trump could fire him, he knew it. On Thursday, he knew Trump was going to fire him. So before Trump could fire him on Friday, he said, I resign. I quit. No, you really didn't quit. You were fired. You jumped the gun because you knew Trump was going to wait until when everyone was paying attention. Not on Friday, but on Monday. Because that's when everyone starts paying attention. It's the weekend. No one's paying attention to the news over the weekend. Not some of the bigger news. So, okay, Trump was going to fire you on Monday, so he quit on Friday and said, no, it was me. No, Trump's correct. He fired you. That's why you're not in that job anymore. But the news media is like, oh my God, Trump's being such a bad guy. He's going after his political enemies. She committed the crime. Doesn't matter if she's his political enemy. There's an actual crime here. It's not like Trump made this up. Letitia James made up 33 out of 34 counts. 33 out of 34 counts, and then convicted Trump on the fact that she made up 33 counts. It was conspiracy. He got convicted on conspiracy, not the underlying charge, which only happened once. She charged him because there were 33 charges that she made up. So he had 34 charges, which is really 1. And she said, well, because there's 34 of them on the books, I'm going to charge you with conspiracy. And that's what she won on. That is manipulating the law. That is illegal. That's why judges, when they looked at it, said, you know what? He's not paying a fine. He's not paying $500 million. No, he's not. He's not going to pay a dime. Why? Because this is false. This is fake. It wasn't real. This was a political attack. Letitia James, there is a document. It does say that she is living in Virginia. She is the New York AG. That requires by law that she's a New York resident. There is a conflict, and that conflict is illegal. So it's not the same thing, not even close. Trump wants someone who will enforce the law. You may not like that. Who cares? I don't care if you like it. It hurts your feelings. I don't care. Your feelings are unemployment. The law says you can't do these things. One of these 2 things is illegal. And so the prosecutor, if he can't figure out how to find, there's 2 things happening. At least one of them must be a crime. If you can't prosecute that, you don't need that job. That's not Trump picking on his political enemies. That's Trump trying to get someone to do the job they were hired for. He's trying to get someone to enforce the law like it's supposed to be. But they want to say, oh no, but he's picking on people. No, he's not. He's enforcing the law. You don't have to like the law, but that is the law. And they were gleeful when everyone else was reinterpreting the law and making it up as they went. Trump hasn't, all the things they like to say about Trump, he shows you and says, here's the law. I'm following that law. Oh, you forgot that law existed. Not my problem. Oh, you didn't think of the law in this way, that it could do this. Not my problem. This is the law. This is legal. They can't say the same thing. Letitia James, the Democrats, they can't say the same thing because they're making it up as they go and they don't like it. But the law isn't about what you like. I could care less. That is unimportant. When we talk about politics, it's not about what you like. Voting is sometimes about what you like. I have to give my friend Larry Sharp yells at me all the time. Again, Larry's my personal friend. We talk all the time. And he tells me, Mike, you just don't get it. You're wrong. He said it many a time. Mike, you're wrong. Emotion is important to an election. People vote on emotion. And I'm like, but I don't deal with emotion. I deal with politics based on fact. I base on the law. I base it on what's real. Emotions are transitory. I feel one way. In 5 minutes, you will feel different than whatever you feel right now. Your feelings will change. Even if you're angry at someone, give it 15 minutes, maybe half an hour. Your feelings will change. You will not feel as angry as you felt 15 minutes ago. You could feel more angry, less angry. You could feel something entirely different, but you're not going to be that emotion in 15 minutes. That's just reality. That's human nature. And that's not a reason to vote for someone or not to vote for someone. That's why I say I don't care about your feelings. And your feeling is yours. My feeling is mine. I don't need your feelings. So if you have a feeling, I don't need to have it. But that's what some in politics try to force. So my friend Larry's like, Mike, you got to take that into account. I'm like, I can't factor that in. I can't do a percentage on how do you feel at any given second. I can't base laws on how you might feel at any given second. So my friend Larry Sharp is absolutely correct, but I can't judge that. That is not substantive, and that isn't effective or efficient. That's the worst way to run a government. That is the worst way to run law, the legal system. He's not wrong. It's just totally inefficient. It's ineffective. It's the worst. And Trump, trying to get away from feelings and going back to the law, the only reason why it's shocking people is because no one on the left has been doing it. In fact, even people on the right for the last several decades, have the left and the right, the establishment, have completely given up on the law, and they've been doing things based on how I feel about the law. And that's why everything's so screwed up now. And Trump is trying to go back to the law. I don't care about your feelings. And people are losing their minds because no one's told them the law is the law, not your feeling. But again, news media is going to run with this. It's Trump. Trump's being a bad guy. No, he's not. He's actually getting a better prosecutor to do the job, to enforce the law, not his feelings, not what he wants the law to be, but what the law actually says. And if you don't like that law, write a better law. It's not change your feelings, it's change the law. If you have a better law, let's put that law in place. If you don't have a better law, enforce the one we have. Don't make it up as you go. That's a pretty straightforward way of dealing with politics, and the left can't stand it. The left is so angry because they want everything to be about their feeling. It's upsetting. It's very upsetting. Okay, last thing that I wanted to talk about tonight. And again, I want to thank everyone for their patience as I had to take care of my puppy, my dog Khan, who's 14 years old. By the way, if you've watched the show on and off for the last couple of hours or even for the last 5 minutes, I thank you. I thank you for being part of my audience. I appreciate you for being here for me, whatever amount of time that you have. I want to thank you for making it through the emergency that I had that held me up for a little bit. Made the show go a little bit longer than normal, although we're only at 5 hours. So really not that much longer. But that being said, I want to remind you, if you've made it through 5 minutes of the show, like, share, subscribe. It costs you nothing. Takes no time. You're right there at the screen right now. Just hit the like button. Just hit the subscribe button. It's going to take you, what, a second? And it costs you nothing. Costs nothing. But you could do it. And I would appreciate it greatly. It helps so much as we're trying to get to 5,000 subscribers. That's it, 5,000. not 50,000, not 500,000. I'm not trying to replace Steven Crowder or Ben Shapiro. I'm not trying to replace your favorite person. I just want to get to 5,000 subscribers. That's it. 5,000 by the end of the year. Not asking for the world. Not asking you to, I'm not asking for your house. It's just not realistic. Now, mind you, if you want to donate to the show, fantastic. John Lashcombe did a super chat, $10. We appreciate that massively. Helps so much. And I thank John for doing that super chat. Didn't have to, but I appreciate that he did because it does help. I'm trying to pay off my vet bill for my dog. It's actually $2,800, not $3,000 at the moment because I had to fix my computer. So it's $2,800, not $3,000 that I need to raise to pay my veterinarian, because he took care of my dog who's 14 years old. That's 98 in human years, and helped him. So I got to pay that off. I got installments. I'm paying it down, but your help would be vital in that. And you can do that with a super chat, or you can do that by going to PayPal and making a donation, support of whatever amount that you want. It's up to you. Or you can be a part of my Patreon. It's $1.50 a month. It's not even a cup of coffee. 1 cup of Starbucks Mocha Frappa Grande is going to be more money than being on my Patreon for pretty much a year. What a deal. What a deal. For less money than going and get a Starbucks Mocha Frappa Grande, whatever the hell, you're going to spend more money on that one drink, that one coffee drink, than on my being a member of my Patreon. What do you know? Isn't that a deal? But again, you don't have to do any of that. You can just decide, hey, I'm just going to hit the like button. And that's good too. All right, last story. Let me move on. Again, if I don't advertise my program, if I don't sell my program, YouTube certainly won't. They would like it if I wasn't here. They would like most Democrats, they don't want you to know that black Republicans exist. They don't want you to know about black conservatives. They want you to think we're some myth. So if I don't do it, they certainly won't, because they certainly haven't for 20 years. Anyway, speaking about black people who don't like anyone being off the reservation, I talked about this earlier, and I still want to do a show on this. Barack Obama had to come in. The Democrats, they needed a big heavyweight to try and sell that the Democrats are innocent of the assassination of Charlie Kirk. They started with, as we all know, it was MSNBC, and it was Matthew Dowd. And he lied to the public and said, well, it's probably some kind of celebration, a shot that accidentally went the wrong way. It was a celebration shot. Complete lie. Didn't sound, it sounded like a lie the moment that he said it. Everyone knew he was making it up. It was absurd when he said it, and we all knew it. And he got fired for it because he was making up nonsense. Making up nonsense to justify the cold-blooded murder of a father. Okay. Of an innocent man. A man who committed no crimes. And the worst thing that you could put on him is, if you are a progressive, a socialist, you could say, well, he said things you didn't like. That's the worst thing that the left can say about Charlie Kirk. I didn't like what he said. And he was murdered for that. That's the worst thing that you can say about him. So they tried to say it was a celebration shot. Then they instantly switched and said, no, the guy's MAGA. The shooter was MAGA. Don't you know, his entire family's a bunch of Donald Trump loving conservative Republicans and in Utah, and they're red-leaning, they're part of the Republican Party. It was all MAGA. Blame them. Yeah, but the guy wasn't. The family were MAGA. The family supported Donald Trump. The family were Republicans and conservatives. The shooter was indoctrinated. He was a leftist. So that story didn't fly because as soon as we got any and all the evidence we got, absolutely confirmed. This kid was a leftist. He was indoctrinated in college. He has nothing to do with MAGA or Donald Trump or the right whatsoever. He was a leftist. So that story disappeared. Then they came out with the story. Well, then it's got to be Donald Trump's fault. Again, these are all the stories that came out within 48 hours of the assassination. They had already gone through 2 stories and they were on to their third, which they always go to, and you knew it was coming. It was Donald Trump. Orange Man Bad is the solution to every problem in the universe. Every
President
cause.
Barack Obama.
Oops. The cause of every problem in the universe is Donald Trump. It's Orange Man Bad. Always. Everything ties back to Donald Trump and Orange Man Bad. Everything. For Democrats, for progressives and socialists, it's always Orange Man Bad. You know, the sky is falling. Orange Man Bad. You bumped your toe. Orange Man Bad. Oh my God. Charlie Kirk got killed. Orange Man Bad. He was killed by a leftist. Orange Man Bad. This was all Donald Trump's fault. No, it wasn't. Never was. And as I showed you earlier, in 2019, when 200 leftists at Binghamton University were mobbing and were a mob and they were surrounding three conservative students. By the way, one of them was a woman, 5 foot tall, weighed about 95 pounds. Lacey, good friend of mine, lovely woman. And what is, she can hold her own, but 200 men? Yeah, okay, that's unfair. They were doing it then. In 2016, the leftists at Binghamton University were anti-white, anti-everyone, anti-Republican, anti-conservative. We know that. We have articles about this. There's a lawsuit at Binghamton University, but you want to blame this on Donald Trump? I can go back and show you things from under the Obama administration. Remember the beer summit? Remember Obama giving legitimacy to BLM as members of BLM were shooting people in Dallas with a sniper rifle? Do you remember that story? I do. Lois Lerner was attacking conservatives because she didn't like their politics under the Obama administration. Do you remember that? I do. Yeah, this is bigger than Donald Trump, but of course, Donald And you know it, Barack Obama. You know it's a lie. You've always known it's a lie. But you're going to push it anyway. Why? Because Democrats, power, ideology. Because Barack Obama believes in transforming America, but he won't tell you what he wants to turn it into. You ever notice that? I'm going to transform America into what? Won't tell you. You'll find out when it happens. You'll just find out as we go. So dishonest. Absolutely dishonest. Oh, well, I can't change immigration law as the president. Congress can do that. So he changed immigration law. It's called DACA. Lied to your face. Lied and lied and lied and lied even more. And now he's on a stage, and I did a short video on it. He lied again. Lied to your face on something that we know. The shooter was connected to the left. Antifa, that's what I was looking at. Antifa was the word I wanted. That's the name of the organization. If he wasn't part of it and Antifa, and we believe he was definitely inspired by them. And we know that the shooter was indoctrinated into the left, abandoned his family over his political beliefs, and he hated Donald Trump, and he hated Charlie Kirk, and he hated religion. We know this. And yet, Barack Obama saying, but that's because of Donald Trump. You're sure, Barack? You sure didn't have anything to do with the last decade of the news media smearing Donald Trump, MAGA, making America great, America first, smearing Republicans and conservatives for decades. You sure didn't have anything to do with that? That may be calling every single American that voted red, that voted as a conservative or Republican, hell, even the Americans that voted libertarian, you called them all Nazis. Do you think a decade of teaching kids? This kid was 12 when the left started saying anyone on the right, including his own family, were Nazis. And by the time he hit 22, because he's not a kid, he's a grown man. And as a grown man at 22, he disowned his own family because he had a decade of every teacher, every TV show, everything in his life said they were evil. Critical race theory told him he was evil because they're white and they're Republican and they voted for Donald Trump, so they're Nazis. Therefore, he wanted to kill them. He disowned them. He removed them. I checked the volume. It should be back up now. Yeah, it should be back. I know the volume dropped out for a second. It should be back up now. You still can't hear me? The volume should be fixed. Hang on. No. Yeah, I know the microphone dropped out for a second. It's on. Barack Obama is so dishonest. So absolutely dishonest. And I know people will go, but he's Barack Obama. And? But he's Barack Obama. And? Well, that means you're a racist. Why am I a racist? Because I don't agree with Barack Obama based on facts. On facts that are available to everyone in the world. These are documented facts that we know. And that makes me a racist because Obama is ignoring the facts to push a propaganda story. And that makes me a racist? Yeah, you have to hate black people. I love my family. I love myself. I love my friends. I love that my girlfriends, some of them, have all been black or Hispanic or people of color. What's the problem? I got no problem. I've never had a problem with that. Oh, but you have to. Why? Because he's Barack Obama. Does that make him the smartest man that ever lived? No. Does that mean that he's holier than thou? No. Does it mean that he's infallible? Obviously, no. I lived through the Obama administration, both terms. Yeah, he's very fallible. He's very much wrong on a lot of not just his theories, but his actions. Do you remember that it was Barack Obama who was bombing people in Yemen? He was bombing Americans in Yemen without ever having a trial. They were never arrested. They were never charged with a crime. Barack Obama just decided to bomb them. Now, maybe they were terrorists. Maybe. But they were also American citizens. And just because they weren't on American soil, Barack Obama made it a precedent that a president can use a drone to bomb an American citizen suspected of being a terrorist. Not proven, not arrested, not in a trial, not with a conviction. He just thought this guy could be a bad guy, and he blew him up, an American citizen. Not, you can't even say, well, this was, he was a member of ISIS or Al Qaeda. He's from Iran or some other nation that hates America, like, I don't know, North Korea or China. No. He did that to an American. Explicitly illegal. Explicitly a crime. And you're going to tell me that Barack Obama is holier than thou and he never makes a mistake and he's always right. Do you agree with that? To those people on the left that forgot this, go look it up. I'm not making it up. I covered it at the time. Barack Obama wrote the memo for the DOJ. He justified. He said, no, we can kill American citizens based on theory alone, using a drone and just remote bombing them to death. That was his administration. He's the one who came up with that idea. Do you think that's the right idea? Because according to Democrat ideology, he's wrong. And if he was wrong then, why isn't he wrong now? Oh, no one's ever told you that. No one told you that story. That was an international news story, but you weren't born yet, or you didn't remember that, or you didn't think about it. Well, now you should. Does that change the way you think about what Obama said on that stage, saying, oh yeah, orange man bad. That's the answer to everything. That's the reason for everything going wrong. Orange man bad. It was on that same stage that he said, I had no scandals. I was a great president. I had no scandals whatsoever. Again, I've already mentioned Lois Lerner. I've already mentioned Obamacare. I've already mentioned bombing Americans in Yemen. Those are three. There were a dozen scandals under the Obama administration. There were a dozen failures. Let's talk about the veterans, the VA, and the fact that veterans couldn't see any doctors. There was a 6-month to 1 year backlog. A veteran wanted to see a doctor at the VA, they would have to wait up to a year, if ever, to see that doctor. That was the Obama administration. Big scandal on that. Oh yeah, but there were no scandals under Barack Obama. The beer summit, when Barack Obama injected himself and the White House into local, not even local politics, a local police case. And he injected the entire federal government and all the power of the federal government into a local police case. And by the way, Barack Obama's position was wrong on that. That's why he had to have the beer summit, so he could apologize to the police officer, because the police officer did his job. Oh, did you forget that? Did they not mention that in social studies at your high school when they told you Obama's great and Democrats are perfect? Yeah, there were lots of scandals. But Mike, you're a racist. That's racist. Because he's black. And? But he's Obama. And? Really? Seriously. And what does that mean? What is that supposed to mean to me? He's black. And? Well, does that make him holier than thou? He's not a saint. I don't care that he's black. I care whether he was right. I care whether he was effective and efficient, that he followed the law. I care that he's misguiding people right now, and that will cause more harm down the road. The kid who shot Charlie Kirk didn't do it because of what one thing that just happened to him. It was a process over a decade from when he was 12 until he hit 22. Obama isn't a problem because someone today is going to do something, but someone tomorrow might. Because Obama said, Orange Man bad, MAGA bad. We should do something about that. That's the problem. But the mainstream media won't talk about that. They won't talk about that because, only racists would say that. Or someone who actually pays attention. Oh, yeah. And Shelley mentions, and you're right, he also had information about Hillary Clinton's private server, which was illegal for her to own. Forget about the fact of what she had on that illegal server. It was illegal for her to have these documents, these classified documents in her possession, in her home to start with. Then when she got subpoenaed, she destroyed the evidence, which is also a crime. And Obama knew and didn't care. Let's Shelley say, but everyone has to be an Islamophobe. Yeah, everyone who isn't a progressive Democrat, they're an Islamophobe. I hear it all the time. I don't care. Don't care. Okay. So we covered a lot of ground today in just about 5.5 hours. Had to take an emergency stop there. Would have been done a little bit sooner, but it's good to be back with a camera and computer that can actually handle the job and to speak with you guys. You can see me a little more clearly. You can hear me a little bit better than the last couple of weeks. I hope you appreciate that. I do. I appreciate you guys being there with me throughout this process. In fact, our audience grew over the last month as we had to work on our backup MacBook Air, which again, I want to thank Peace Logic. I was only able to get through the last month when my computer completely died. Yeah, because Microsoft sucks. Windows 10 sucks. But the only way I could make it through the last month is because Peace Logic, a member of this audience, was able to go out. He's a Patreon member, and he sent me a MacBook Air, which I still have, which is still my backup. But I was only able to continue to do this show that I've been doing for 8 years because of his generosity. And I appreciate that immensely. And I will never forget his kind gesture to me in my time of need. That's the kind of audience I have. That's the kind of audience you guys are. And I love it. I love it because that's what America's about. I have a very American audience. And I mean that not because of color. I mean that because of what America stands for. We stand up for each other. We help each other when they are in need as best as we can. I can't ask for a better audience than that. And I appreciate and thank you guys for all of that. Okay. With that all said, please like, share, subscribe. I know I asked before, I'll ask again. If you've made it this far into the program, if your head hasn't exploded because you're a progressive or a Democrat and your head hasn't exploded at this point, then you should give me a like or a share. Because why? Because First Amendment. That's why. Because Jimmy Kimmel, you want Jimmy Kimmel back, guess what? You also should have me on too. How about that for a reason? Because the First Amendment says I can talk. And you want your people to talk, fantastic. I want them both. Maybe you even have your people coming onto my program and we can talk together. Won't that be interesting? I don't think your people will do it because they're afraid, but I'd be willing. All right. Like, share, subscribe, please. Join the Patreon if you can. If you can't, I understand. We are in a recession. It happened. We do what we can. If you want to donate more than $1.50, if you don't want to do a super chat or a super reaction or a Rumble rant, no problem. All you can do, you can go out to the Patreon, the PayPal, donate whatever you want. It helps me to pay my bill for my dog, my vet bill for my dog. I would appreciate the help. It's a large sum. I didn't expect it. It'll help me do that. That being said, I thank you for spending time on September 21st with me. If you've had the chance, please do check in on some of the coverage about Charlie Kirk and his funeral, some of the speeches and spoken words by many of the individuals who knew him far better than I did, and their experiences. And remember, America's about sharing our voices, even the voices you don't like. You're not obligated to hear everything that you don't like, but that means you don't get to stop someone from saying something either. Thank you, guys. Thank you, guys. All right. I'm going to go now. I'm going to make something to eat because, when I do these shows, I don't eat all day until after the show is done. So now I'm going to go cook something, eat. Yes, I know how to cook. I'm actually a very good cook. I wouldn't be alive for 57 years if I couldn't cook. I'm actually a great cook. That's not because I think so. You can ask some of the people I dated, some of the ladies. They will tell you I'm a great cook. I'm actually a good cook. So I'm going to make something to eat. I'm going to have some dinner. I'm going to watch an anime and relax a little bit. And then I got a full week. So much I got to do. I look forward to seeing you throughout the week. Thank you, guys. Oh, and Shelly, you're right. Peace Logic is a great guy. Absolutely. And I really, really appreciate the help he gave me over the last month. Absolutely. All right, guys.